Chapter 1175. For the players outside, they were currently enjoying the pleasure of harvesting the loot. The evolving mosquitoes looked terrifying, but in the eyes of ordinary players, they were nothing more than living targets that could withstand grass. If they couldn't kill the mosquitoes in one shot, they would kill the mosquitoes that could be killed first. Those that couldn't be killed would be left aside for the mosquitoes to escape. As time passed, the black cloud of mosquitoes became smaller. Initially, it was 100 meters in diameter, but now, it was only 10 meters in diameter. The deeper the mosquitoes were, the harder it was to deal with them. Apart from that, the magic arrows of the elven archers were also dealing less and less damage to the mosquitoes. In the beginning, she could kill at least tens of thousands of mosquitoes with a single arrow. Later, the number decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Now, she could only kill a few dozen mosquitoes with a single arrow. She didn't know the reason. After observing the situation, she inhaled a cold breath and said, "Oh my God. The mosquitoes are dodging my mana arrows." The fireball magician nodded and said, "Don't be surprised. The mosquitoes in front of me have turned fiery red. They are resistant to my fire mana. What kind of evolution speed is this?" A man who was holding the electric mosquito swatter provided by the fat man said in horror, "The effect of the electric mosquito swatter is getting worse. It's unbelievable. The mosquitoes in front of me can discharge electricity." Peasant nodded and said, "This isn't a simple discharge. They have evolved to store electricity. They absorb the electricity from the electric mosquitoes and release it to the surface of their bodies to form electric plasma." The hale and hearty elder nodded and said, "That's scary. If the mosquitoes attack us, we won't be able to defend against them." The Sonda coach, who was wearing the new combat uniform he had exchanged for, interrupted, "So, everyone, hurry up and give it your all. The situation isn't looking good. There's no need for you to say it. Even a blind person can see that we've already used all our means, but we're almost at our wits' end against these mosquitoes." Mr. Dang said that the evolved mosquitoes can penetrate his defense. If we were in their shoes, we would be defeated in the blink of an eye. Don't forget that their venom is strange. So, we really should move faster. Also, have you noticed that the light that appears from time to time means that some Protoss have fallen? According to my calculations, there are at least 10 Protoss who have died in there. That's right. God knows how terrifying these mosquitoes will become if all the Protoss are sucked dry. The Sonda coach seized the opportunity to make his presence known again. Chen Guang was really convinced by this group of chatterboxes. People who didn't know what was going on would really think that they had a sense of urgency just by listening to them. But you have to talk less nonsense. The less these unlucky mosquitoes talk, the more they die. I say, if you want to have a meeting, you can wait until Mission 5 is over, and then slowly have a summary meeting. Can't you be a little more serious, a little more urgent? Can't you see that the gods inside are almost all dead? Are you going to have a picnic or a tea party? Chen Guang really couldn't control his temper when faced with these talkative fellows at critical moments. He was very angry and couldn't care less about his temperament as an expert. After being scolded by him, everyone hurriedly got to work. The lightning that burst out from Yuting's body still hadn't been extinguished. As expected of the leader of the Protoss advance party, he definitely had some trump cards up his sleeves. He had actually lasted until now without running out of stamina. But Chen Guang could also imagine his indignation and resentment. In his advance party, most of the Protoss didn't seem to be his subordinates from the celestial realm and weren't close to him. But he was a god after all. How shameless and arrogant was he? Leading a team out to cause trouble with mortals that they looked down on, and in the end, a nest of his comrades died. If it were him, he would definitely feel very embarrassed and humiliated. Also, even at this time, this guy was still trying to save his face and suffer. If it were him, he would definitely be so anxious that he would try his best to give the only reinforcements outside, which were the mortals, some kind of flattery. He would say that as long as they could save them, he would thank them on behalf of the gods, and he would definitely reward them after the matter was over. In short, he would try to trick as many of them as he could. Say, a bunch of your subordinates have already died, so why are you still pretending to be a big shot? At this time, Chen Guang had completely figured out Yu Ting's mentality. He was indeed very anxious, but he didn't want to show his panic in front of mortals. Apart from that, Yu Ting also felt that the weaker and more useless he appeared, the more likely these mortals would treat him like they were watching a show. Perhaps they were only afraid of Dang Jin's prestige and had no choice but to help. Many mortals probably hoped that all of the Protoss would die. If this was a different situation, and these ordinary players were in danger, Yu Ting couldn't decide whether he would lead all of the Protoss to save them like he did with Dang Jin. Even he himself felt that this change in his state of mind was exceptionally inconceivable. In the celestial realm, he was the emperor of the gods, and he had an incredibly strong and indestructible spiritual will. He would never be shaken by anything. Even when he lost his best friend and comrade many years ago, his heart never wavered. But this time, ever since he came to this extremely strange and narrow space in the form of a projection and participated in this so-called game, Yu Ting found that he had changed. Although he still despised mortals in his bones, he had to admit that he had become like one. He began to be easily angered, and he began to have some unnecessary emotional feelings in his heart. He even knew that this so-called arrogance was also a manifestation of his emotions. When a real god faced an ant, he would not have any emotional fluctuations. He would not be angry, nor would he look down on them. He would not even have so-called arrogance. Just like how a mortal would not be angry at an ant in his eyes, a real god should have this mentality when facing a mortal. Yu Ting didn't notice this before, but now he finally realized that he wasn't the only one who had changed. The other Protoss in the advance party were even worse than he was. Yu Ting looked at Noon, who was shooting out his palms and getting closer and closer to him and the fallen gods behind him. He couldn't help but wonder if it was the gods who had fallen, or if it was the talented mortals who had ascended in this game. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly felt a sharp pain from the back of his waist. Yu Ting reached back and grabbed a palm-sized silver mosquito. He picked it up and squeezed it in his palm. Like usual, he exerted a little force, and at the same time, his palm surged with the power of lightning. He tried to easily kill this reckless fellow. But his face revealed an expression of extreme shock. He didn't manage to crush it to death. What kind of joke is this? Yu Ting was shocked. He gritted his teeth and continued to exert more force, using at least twice the force he used before he managed to crush the mosquito to death with great difficulty. After all, this was just one mosquito. The sound of Dang Jin's palms was still several meters away, and Yu Ting didn't know how long it would take for him to kill his way in. Yu Ting thought to himself, am I really going to die here in such a ridiculous manner? Forget it. Even if the price of losing a projection is heavy, if I can rely on my own godly power to nourish a powerful mosquito that mortals can't defend against, and let Dang Jin die here as well, doesn't that seem like a good ending? Why don't I just give up on resisting? Once this thought was born, it rapidly grew in Yu Ting's heart. As Chen Guang fought, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Yu Ting didn't make a sound. He couldn't have died, could he? Chen Guang cursed inwardly. He wasn't worried for these gods who deserved to die, but for his own fate. If you die, then die. Don't drag me down with you. Yu Ting, are you still alive? Give me some reaction. Chen Guang yelled at the top of his lungs, but no one paid any attention to him. Even the lightning, which had never been extinguished, had completely dimmed. It's over. Is that idiot God Emperor really going to die? Friends, something's happened, something's really happened. That idiot God Emperor is about to die. I just caught a big guy. You guys can come and take a look. Chen Guang held a giant silver mosquito like the one God Emperor Yu Ting had once squashed to death and retreated outside. I can bet you $10,000 that none of you can last 5 seconds under this mosquito's mouth. Chen Guang squeezed the struggling big guy tightly. Electricity surged in his palm, mixed with various kinds of divine power. It looked colorful and exceptionally terrifying. This thing had sucked up at least 1,000 of its kind and had evolved to a terrifying degree. It was no weaker than the one that had pierced through Yu Ting. Do you guys want to try its power? Chen Guang asked as he increased the strength of his fingers. Everyone shook their heads. Then let's go all out. Now that all the Protoss have become real fertilizer, these things are going to evolve crazily. Once they're sucked dry, what awaits us is this thing, or even stronger. After Chen Guang finished speaking, he suddenly exerted force in his palm. His inner force burst forth, and he suddenly crushed the big guy to death. Then, he flew back inside. Behind him were countless ordinary players who had completely unleashed all their potential and were madly pouncing on him. Couldn't keep up physically. No way. There was Red Bull. Was it hard to keep pouring Red Bull into your mouth? It didn't matter. Not long ago, someone had redeemed 100 bottles at once, triggering the mysterious clause in the reward point shop. The legendary upgraded version of Red Bull had appeared. Viagra Sustained Release Capsule, upgraded version of Red Bull, physical recovery potion. Suitable for men and women, young and old. Anyone who uses it will know that love lasts forever. 100 reward points for one capsule, and the effect was 100 times that of Red Bull. After swallowing it, it would not take effect immediately. Instead, it would gradually release its effect as the user's physical strength was consumed. Of course, with everyone's physical strength strengthened after the second awakening, the body's energy consumption was also much greater than before. When everyone first came to the slaughtering world, a bottle of Red Bull could restore all their physical strength. As for now, if it weren't for the appearance of the Viagra Sustained Release Capsule, everyone would really be extremely distressed. They could only hold a bottle in one hand and a weapon in the other. The Sustained Release Capsule was indeed a good thing. It was just that the product manual was slightly retarded. Finally, after a full 10 minutes, Chen Guang and the others finally cleared most of the mutant mosquitoes on the periphery. They finally saw a scene that made their teeth ache. There were about a dozen big guys left on the scene, and each one was the size of a human head. As for the Protoss, they had lost nearly half of their numbers. There were about 20 Protoss lying on the ground. On average, there were 2 or 3 big guys lying on each virtual Protoss. Among them, the most eye-catching one was Emperor Yu Ting, who stood at the forefront of all the virtual Protoss. He had completely lost consciousness but still did not fall. Even if this guy wanted to die, he refused to fall because he wanted to save face. His originally tall and strong body had become as thin as a stick. It was as if there was only an empty frame left. His blonde hair fluttered in the wind, and his handsome square face also showed an extremely sickly look. He looked like a critically ill patient with protruding cheekbones and sunken eyes. Unlike other virtual Protoss, there were at least 10 of them lying on Yu Ting's body. However, at this time, Chen Guang did not sympathize with him at all because he realized that this guy had not really lost his ability to resist. Damn it, I've seen stupid people, but I've never seen such an idiot. He actually planned to feed the mosquitoes and let them deal with me. Stop joking. Idiot. Everyone, attack. Chen Guang roared and took the lead, charging forward. Yu Ting, stop pretending. I know you can still move. As he charged, Chen Guang shouted. As expected, Emperor Yuting opened his eyes slightly. You actually saw through me. Nonsense, do you think I'm stupid? You clenched your fists so tightly that the veins on the back of your hands are popping. I'm not blind. As Chen Guang spoke, he ruthlessly struck Yuting with his palm. Although Yuting looked extremely weak, Chen Guang knew that his palm would not be able to kill him. A skinny camel was still bigger than a horse, and Yuting's skin was thick. The wind from Yuting's palm struck him, but the 10 or so big gold and silver guys hanging on his body did not move at all. You guys are going against the heavens. Flashing behind Yuting, Chen Guang raised his leg and kicked Yuting's butt. The sound of a cannonball was heard, and Yuting flew out. This time, the mosquitoes hanging on his body finally broke free unwillingly. However, they did not care about Chen Guang, who had interrupted their meal. They were like moths flying into a flame as they pounced on Yuting, who was flying in the distance. I'll deal with these 10 mosquitoes. I'll leave the rest to you. No matter what, we can't let them evolve. Chen Guang casually said to the players before pouncing forward. Behind him, the electrical appliance fat man screamed in delight, everyone. I've released a new product. The gamers were elated. What? An improved version of the superheated electric mosquito repellent incense burner. The gamers staggered and almost fell to the ground. What kind of innate ability was that? What about the mosquito repellent incense tablets? Peasant grasped the key point. The electrical appliance fat man laughed smugly and said, it's not tablets, it's liquid. It's a mosquito repellent that comes with the supermarket. It's the same with me. Chen Guang, who had reached Yuting before the huge mosquitoes, gave the electrical appliance fat man a thumbs up. He was a genius. As he looked at the 10 approaching huge mosquitoes, Chen Guang inhaled deeply. It was time to show his true skills. Come on, scoundrel. Eat the old man's 18 mosquito-subduing palms. The gamers might not believe that his moves were called the 18 mosquito-subduing palms and not Mr. Jin's 18 dragon-subduing palms. This was one of the unorthodox moves that he had learned from the 400,000 unique skills of the world of true martial. It came from a martial emperor who had lived in the primeval forest for most of his life and fought with mosquitoes. This move was extremely stupid to use against people, but it was extremely effective against mosquitoes, especially those that were large in size and could fly very fast. Chapter 1176. There were thousands of skills in the world. Even if it was the art of making meatballs, as long as it was practiced to the extreme, it could be filmed and uploaded to the internet. It would shock countless people. The 18 palm of subduing mosquitoes that Chen Guang displayed at this time was also the pinnacle of human skills, condensed from the thousands of years of hard work of that martial emperor. The realm of true martial was a very mysterious world, and Chen Guang had dealt with many strange-looking monsters in it. Only the heavens knew how the unlucky martial emperor in the world in the cup was able to come up with such a despicable martial art. He had locked himself in the primeval forest for his entire life, dealing with strange mosquitoes that were at least the size of a palm, but in the end, he managed to come up with such an unorthodox martial art. He practiced it, but after he mastered it, he did not spread it, and let this lost skill be buried with his grave in the depths of the mountains. If it were not for the fact that Chen Guang had to complete 400,000 lost skills in the realm of true martial and spend a lot of effort to find it and learn it, no one in the entire realm of true martial would know that there was such a strange martial emperor. When he first learned this skill, Chen Guang almost thought that this skill would never see the light of day, but he did not expect to encounter such a rare opportunity today. At this time, under the momentary excitement, his shout was so loud that ordinary players in the distance could hear it clearly. It's the 18 palm of subduing dragons. Mr. Dang, don't you dare change the name of the skill. A martial arts enthusiast in the team of MMA coaches shouted angrily. Chen Guang lightly hit out his palm as if he was caressing a girl, and said, "Don't worry about me, mind your own business. Hurry up and do it. Don't let the Protoss die again." He hit the first golden giant mosquito in front of him with a seemingly gentle palm, but it hit the aggressive big guy in the face. In addition, Chen Guang's right index and middle fingers happened to open, just enough for the giant mosquito's needle to pass through the gap between his fingers. In the next moment, the giant mosquito screamed and flew backward. There were two things that surprised everyone. Firstly, the mosquito had not died after taking a direct hit from Mr. Wu, nor had it been blasted. Secondly, could it be that the 18 mosquito subduing palms that Mr. Wu mentioned was true? Otherwise, how could he have thought of this move so skillfully? He swatted the mosquito away with one hand, and then used his two fingers to forcefully break the syringe. However, just as everyone continued to exclaim in surprise, they saw that the giant golden mosquito that was slapped flew back 10 meters. It shook its head and flew back again in high spirits. This damn thing syringe actually grew back. Everyone was dumbfounded, and even Chen Guang was startled by this scene. However, he didn't have the time to care about the giant golden mosquito that had recovered. Not far from him, the other 7 or 8 giant mosquitoes of different colors had already pounced over. However, not a single one of them took the initiative to attack him. Instead, they all directly and efficiently moved around him, directly pouncing towards Yu Ting, who was behind him. "Noon, you better get out of the way. I failed my mission. I don't need your sympathy, and I don't need you to save me. I shouldn't have asked you for help in the first place. If I were you, I would have let him rest and recuperate, waiting for the real battle." Yu Ting's weak voice sounded behind Chen Guang, sounding quite righteous. Chen Guang turned around and spat at his face. "Stop pretending. Do you think I don't know what you're planning? You probably already felt that there's something fishy about this 5th mission, right? You know that if we watch you all die, we won't end up well, right? I don't know what you're talking about. It doesn't matter whether you understand or not. Anyway, before this is over, you can't die." Chen Guang roared, then turned around to face the swarm of mosquitoes. He circulated all the inner strength in his body, and at the same time, stuffed 10 Viagra slow-release capsules into his mouth. Then, he slapped his palms into the air again and again. Streaks of inky black energy surged out from his palms, turning into numerous dragons that moved left and right in the air. They crashed into the giant mosquitoes and sent them flying far away. However, these giant mosquitoes weren't ordinary people. Although the scene looked spectacular, they didn't die. They flapped their wings slightly and flew back, each of them as tough as iron. Ever since he had entered the slaughter world, although he had appeared very powerful, he had never used his full strength in front of an outsider like he was now. He had continuously released the power of his vital qi. The ordinary players looked at the inky black energy that filled the sky. For a moment, the scene was like a wuxia movie. Chen Guang was also speechless. These mosquitoes weren't mosquitoes, they were clearly the Gundam of mosquitoes. The miniature Gundam. Wait, what are those idiots doing? Chen Guang, who was using all his strength to defend Yu Ting against the 10 giant mosquitoes, caught a glimpse of a green light from the corner of his eyes. Only then did he realize that the idiotic players had yet to attack the giant mosquitoes that were still crawling on the bodies of the other Protoss players. They were all watching his performance. "I say, do you really want to go against the heavens? Why do you think I'm working so hard? I really want to anger you to death. Don't look at me, mind your own business." As he scolded, Chen Guang slapped away the giant mosquitoes. At the same time, he had to look at the changes in the Protoss that had just died. Previously, when these people died, they were covered by the black cloud of mosquitoes, so he couldn't see them clearly. Now, he could barely see them. That's weird. Although there was a green liquid like when I killed the Titan, why wasn't it absorbed by the sand in the arena? Instead, it turned into dust and disappeared into the air like normal players. What's going on here? But he didn't have time to figure out the trick behind it. The 10 mosquitoes in front of him seemed to be gradually angered by their failure to attack. Even the sound of their flapping wings became more ear-piercing, and their flying speed became 3 times faster than before. The only good news was that after he scolded them, the normal players finally started to move. Apart from the fat man and the genius high school student, the other 20 or so people all held a liquid mosquito killer. Only God knew how this thing was powered. They waved the mosquito killer in their hands, the indicator lights flashing wildly, and rushed forward. Then, they aimed the smoke of the mosquito killer at the Protoss who was lying on the ground. Then, everyone took out their weapons and used their abilities to attack the giant mosquitoes on the Protoss. At this time, the close combat awakened metahumans showed their advantage. They didn't have time to think about whether or not the Protoss should remove the syringes slowly. They just used a hammer, a kick, or Asinatha's powerful shield, or a whip that dragged the bodies of the giant mosquitoes and flung them. In short, with everyone using all sorts of methods, the mosquitoes on the Protoss all fell off. But not a single one died. They circled in the air and continued to pounce on the ground. Just as everyone was marveling at the tenacity of these mosquitoes, there was a sudden flash in the air. A silver mosquito started to evolve under everyone's watchful eyes. In less than 3 seconds, this thing's body split open, and a golden thing jumped out like a cicada shedding its shell. As for the shell it had shed, it turned into the most primitive energy in the air and was sucked back like a reverse waterfall. The golden giant mosquito grew even larger in the air. These things are stronger. I recognize this one. It's the one that killed a god with a few others. Everyone, think of a way to kill it. I understand, but we can't break their defense at all. Driving them away is already our limit. At this time, the boxing coach kicked the golden giant mosquito that was hanging on the lowly goddess Vasani with all his might. He said, "Let me tell you another piece of unfortunate news. If the giant mosquito turns gold, it can completely ignore us. I can't fight it at all." In front of him, the little girl Vasani was lying quietly. There were at least 5 golden mosquitoes hanging on her body. Why are you saving her? Don't worry about other things. It's better if she dies first. This little girl is very sinister. The sniper of the hale and hearty old man's team reminded. The boxing coach suddenly understood. That's right. With that, he turned and left. Chen Guang saw this and felt helpless. This little girl goddess was very close to Yuting. If she died, the consequences would be very serious. It wasn't that Yuting's anger was worth caring about, but that Yuting was a god emperor. This meant that Vasani was not a simple person. She had to be at least a god emperor to be able to talk to Yuting. Then, this projection of her must have the most god power and the highest level. She was only second to Yuting's chicken. If these giant golden mosquitoes were allowed to eat her until they were full, what awaited them might very well be the next stage that had never appeared before. Just the golden ones alone were so difficult to deal with. The next stage would most likely be eating people. But at this time, he couldn't just leave Yuting alone. He could only say loudly, "Everyone, listen up. No matter what, we must get rid of these 5 mosquitoes. Do you hear me? Otherwise, Mr. Dang, I have a better idea." Chen Guang grabbed one tightly with one hand and continued to shoot out black energy with the other. He replied, "Speak. Isn't the reason why we want to save them because we don't want them to become nutrients for the strange mosquitoes? If that's the case, then we can kill the gods first. Then, won't the nutrients disappear first?" The hale and hearty old man continued to speak. Chen Guang shook his head. Old mister, you only see the gains and losses in front of you. You don't understand the true mystery of this mission like I do. Although it seems that we are enemies with the divine race, there are still 4 tasks waiting for us in this world of slaughter. The meaning of the 5th task is to test whether or not we humans will lend a helping hand when the divine race is on the verge of destruction. If we let them die now, then what if we need them to help us in the next part of the mission? If they are targeted by the Massacre World mission, then of course we will be targeted as well. Then, there will be a situation where your awakened power can't deal with it. When that time comes, who will come to save you? Everyone was silent. Also, in the next 4 waves of Mirage Beasts, will there be a part that requires both God power and awakened power to kill? When that time comes, will we just stand there and watch? Chen Guang said each word slowly. All right, I understand. Let's take out the things. The hale and hearty old man finally gritted his teeth and said to a companion beside him. This person was still a little unwilling, but the old man looked at him with a firm gaze. He hesitated a little and finally nodded silently. The next moment, what appeared in the palm of his hand was a spray can with a skull logo. What is this? Chen Guang asked while trying to pinch the giant golden mosquito in his left hand to death. Military super strong mosquito repellent. The old man said with a pained expression. He was pained for the man who exchanged for the mosquito repellent. It must be super expensive. Sigh, a whole 10,000 reward points are gone. Now I'm completely out of ammunition and food. The old man said with incomparable distress, and then another can appeared in his other hand. Saying that, he walked to Wethany's side, picked up the mosquito repellent and sprayed it on the little girl. The effect was really outstanding. 5 giant golden mosquitoes soared into the sky and instantly escaped. His eyes lit up, and he shouted in the direction of Chen Guang, Mr. Dang, I received a system prompt saying that my mosquito repellent can repel mosquitoes for half an hour with the help of Fatty's mosquito killer. Chen Guang was also overjoyed. Awesome! But one can only spray 50 people. In this way, my 2 cans can only provide 2 hours of shelter for the remaining 20 Protoss. The man added. Chen Guang's left hand was still exerting force. 2 hours. That's enough. I'll think of a way. So, the old man ran around with the mosquito repellent. In less than a minute, the 20 or so Protoss who had fallen to the ground were no longer attached to them. Instead, there were dozens of big guys of different colors flying around under the leadership of the 5 golden mosquitoes. They were at a loss and did not know where to go. But these giant mosquitoes did not last long. A few seconds later, they changed direction and rushed towards Chen Guang. Chen Guang was shocked. He had to throw away the guy in his left hand that was still not dead. He quickly stuffed another 10 Viagra into his mouth, and his inner strength surged even more. He waved his hands like a golden snake and shouted, Hurry up! Give it to the Divine Emperor Yuting behind me. Before he finished speaking, dozens of giant mosquitoes flew over in a menacing manner. The inner chi in Chen Guang's body flowed out like a flood. Unbearable pain came from all over his body, and extreme fatigue almost tore his body apart. Fortunately, he had the innate ability of the earth explosion to protect him. The young man with the military mosquito repellent rushed over. Okay. Chen Guang suddenly felt that something was wrong. He raised his hand to stop him, but it was already a step too late. The young man still sprayed the mosquito repellent on Yuting and even clapped his hands in satisfaction. Done. Chen Guang sucked in a breath of cold air. This is bad. Chapter 1177. It was good that the mosquito repellent, which cost 5,000 reward points, was effective, but the problem was, where would the giant mosquitoes go after losing their main target? A second later, he got the answer. The smug mosquito repellent guy was so scared that he froze on the spot, not knowing what to do. The 10 giant mosquitoes that had been frantically surrounding Divine Emperor Yuting, refusing to leave, instantly turned around and headed straight for him. It had been a long time since he had been bitten by a mosquito, but he still remembered the strong sense of powerlessness he felt at that time. What would it feel like to be bitten by a big guy the size of a human head now? He didn't even want to think about how he would be sucked dry in about 3 seconds. But this wasn't the worst. On the other side, the dozens of mosquitoes that had been rushing toward Qinguang and Yuting also stopped midway, and in the next moment, they rushed toward the people over there. Faced with this situation, most ordinary players panicked, and their scalps felt like they were going to explode. Qinguang was also very annoyed. He shouldn't have asked the mosquito repellent guy to give Yuting a shot. He should have let the mosquitoes surround Yuting. In this way, all of them were concentrated on his side. Although it was very difficult for him to resist, he had yet to use the strongest palm of the 18 mosquito-subduing palms, repenting against mosquitoes, so it was still unknown who would emerge victorious. Of course, Qinguang had left the move until now not because he was deliberately hiding it, but because there were many prerequisites to use this move. Back then, the senior martial emperor had come to a sudden realization when he was about to reach the end of his life. In the end, he had integrated all his knowledge into this last move. As the name suggested, mosquito repellent. To put it simply, his last palm strike was comparable to young hero Yang's melancholic sadness palm. It contained an incomparably majestic momentum, infinite emotions, and an incomparably exquisite palm technique and inner force circulation method, which pushed its power and momentum to the extreme. It could be said that one move could shock the world. The reason why it had such terrifying power was because of the senior martial emperor's deepest emotion before he died. Regret. I always make life difficult for the mosquitoes, and I can't even accept a satisfactory disciple. What on earth am I after? Am I stupid? Am I out of my mind? Who in the entire true martial land can be found as stupid as me? Just as he was cursing himself, another giant forest mosquito flew in front of him, and it was an extremely powerful mosquito king that he had never faced before. He scolded the mosquito king again. It's all your fault. When the old man first learned martial arts, he sent your children and grandchildren to disturb me, causing me to go mad. My father died to save my bloodline. Not only have you harmed my father, but you've also harmed me for the rest of my life. With self-blame, regret, and boundless hatred, the anti-mosquito martial emperor struck out with the strongest palm strike of his life and finally killed the mosquito king. Then, with his last breath, he carved the last palm strike on the stone wall with his finger and died on the spot. Countless years later, Qinguang came here to see and learn it, and it could be regarded as an inheritance. Now, Qinguang used a higher level of true martial divine power to promote the anti-mosquito regret. The overall power might not be as good as the effect of the yin and yang qi in the true martial realm, but it could definitely be regarded as the strongest unique skill since he entered the slaughter world. Moreover, the attribute was very suitable for the giant mosquitoes in front of him, so it would definitely be effective. Well, after saying so much, in fact, according to Qinguang's understanding of the heavenly Holy Grail, he was most likely the scapegoat for the creation of the damn 18 mosquito resistance palm. After all, when he was in primary school, he secretly read old Mr. Jin's martial arts novels, and especially admired Master Qiao Feng's 18 dragon-subduing palms. Usually, when he was joking with his classmates after class, he often made fun of the 18 dragon-subduing palms. When the heavenly Holy Grail created the true martial realm, it must have used his memory for reference, so that in the end, it came up with the 18 mosquito-subduing palms that looked very serious, but in fact, it was all kinds of unserious. It even found such a serious story background for the strongest move, anti-mosquito regret. He could only express his admiration. Now, it was also very troublesome for him to use this move. He had to use the 18 mosquito resistance Martial Emperor's lifetime unique skill once in order to fully understand the sorrow of the Martial Emperor's life. Only then would he be able to brew the feelings of anti-mosquito regret, and then the move he used would have that taste and power. Even if he was the true martial saint and sat on the true martial divine power, if he wanted to deal with the deadly giant mosquitoes in the slaughter world, he had to abide by the basic rules of the 18 mosquito palms. Only the moves that contained emotions were the real unique skills. Then the problem was, although the 18 mosquito resistance Martial Emperor's lifetime essence was the 18 mosquito resistance palm, and it sounded like he only needed to use one palm at a time to finish the task, this was all a lie. Until now, he had only used the second palm. What? Someone asked him when he used the first palm. How could he tell others that the first palm of the 18 mosquito resistance palm was actually the so-called cloud-expelling palm, also known as shocking 100 mosquitoes? What was even more insane was that the first palm strike actually needed at least 1,000 strikes to be completed. Right now, the ink-black energy that he struck out was actually only the second palm strike. Its real name was Divine Mosquito Tail Whip. According to his estimation, it would take at least an hour for him to come up with the anti-mosquito regret. The time bought by the mosquito repellent brother was just right, but now, he only had about 10 seconds. What are you guys still standing there for? Hurry up and spray mosquito repellent on yourselves. Do you guys want to die? To think that I still treated you guys as elites. Aren't you guys too disappointing? Chen Guang felt that he had become a nanny. Perhaps this slaughter world didn't require him to kill, it should be renamed to the nanny world. What made him even angrier was that not only did he have to protect the lives of mortals, but he also had to protect the lives of the celestial race. He really didn't have any dignity as a supreme nanny. He shouted as he stood in front of the mosquito repellent brother to buy some time for him. The mosquito repellent brother didn't need to be reminded. He had already taken out his bottle, but he was 2 seconds late and didn't spray it. On the other side where Peasant and his companions were gathered, the brother left another bottle of mosquito repellent in the hands of the hale and hearty old man. Seeing that the situation wasn't looking good, the old man acted as though he was 60 years younger. He shouted for everyone to stand in a row and planned to spray the mosquito repellent. But it was too late. Tens of large mosquitoes were about to pounce on them, but the old man didn't even spray 1/3 of them. He stood in front of Peasant. Chen Guang knew that things were not looking good. He thought that the rest of them were doomed. However, at this critical moment, he suddenly felt that the giant mosquito in front of him had slowed down a lot, as if it had fallen into a swamp. Chen Guang was puzzled. What was going on? There was no reason. He didn't do anything. With such doubts, Chen Guang turned his head to look at the mosquito repellent brother. He discovered that the young fellow's mouth was wide open as he tried to aim the mosquito repellent at himself. The young fellow's movements were strange. It was like slow motion. That's right, it was slow motion. Everyone on the other side and the giant mosquito formation that was flying halfway also became slow motion. Hearing this, Chen Guang rejoiced. Could it be that his potential had awakened, and he managed to comprehend a new ability that allowed him to control time? Wait, what was that? Just as he was about to show off, he suddenly noticed a slender figure flashing past the players in the distance. As she ran, she took the mosquito repellent from the old man's hand and sprayed it on everyone. Chen Guang looked closely. Wasn't that Peasant? She was holding an hourglass in her hand, and it was glowing faintly. It seemed to be working. Chen Guang instantly figured it out. He recalled that she mentioned that her ability was related to time. She even mentioned that her special tool in the reward system store was an hourglass. She finally used her awakened ability. It was so powerful that Chen Guang was in awe. He didn't know why it didn't work on him. She didn't have enough reward points to exchange for the hourglass after her second awakening. How did she buy it? Peasant was busy. She felt the gaze from afar and glanced at Chen Guang. She was shocked, but she quickly calmed down. Mr. Dang was the most special being in the world of massacre. It wasn't strange that her time ability didn't work on him. Though she was thinking, her movements weren't slow. She ran around and sprayed the mosquito repellent on herself. Chen Guang wasn't looking at Peasant. He was helping the young fellow spray the mosquito repellent. After a while, the large mosquitoes and the gamers returned to normal. The hale and hearty elder exclaimed, "Where's the mosquito repellent?" Peasant passed the bottle to the elder listlessly and said, "There wasn't enough time. I used my ability." Everyone sprayed the mosquito repellent. Don't panic. The gamers didn't know what was going on, but the mosquitoes in front of them turned around and left without hesitation. Smelling the scent on their own bodies, they had no choice but to believe it. It was the same for Chen Guang as well. He threw the bottle of mosquito repellent to that man and took a few steps back. At the same time, he said, "I've already sprayed it on you, so don't waste it. Run over there and meet up with them." As he dealt with the 10 large mosquitoes, Chen Guang surveyed the other side. After ensuring that everyone was safe, he heaved a sigh of relief. Slapping the giant golden mosquito that flew quickly into his face, he then patted his own chest, thinking that under his brilliant and divine command, he had once again passed through a dangerous situation. I seem to have forgotten something. Chen Guang looked at the tens of large mosquitoes that had lost their targets and were in a daze. Then, he came to his senses. Previously, he was able to fend off the mosquitoes easily and treat them like human targets. That was because the stupid mosquitoes only knew how to attack Yuting. Now, besides himself, everyone was sprayed with the mosquito repellent. Without a target to attack, they could only attack him. Just as he was thinking about this, a loud buzzing sound rang in his ears. Dozens of big guys in the distance suddenly turned around and pounced in his direction. Even the 10 big guys around him became even more frenzied. Now that things had come to this, he had no choice but to be afraid. He couldn't let the mosquito repellent guy spray him again. If the giant mosquitoes attacked normal players again, he wouldn't be able to save them even if he wanted to. Forget it, just leave it at that. Take care of yourselves. I'm heading to the corner. After that, Chen Guang turned around and ran towards the corner of the wall. The buzzing sounds behind him became louder. All the large mosquitoes were charging at him. Chapter 1178. The giant golden mosquitoes were faster than him. As he ran, he also had to use the 18 palm strikes to chase away nearly 10 giant golden mosquitoes that were chasing at the very front. Fortunately, his moves and the giant mosquitoes' attributes countered each other. Although he couldn't slap them to death, he could still easily send them flying. After a while, he successfully rushed to the bottom of the wall. When he looked back, dozens of big fellows were still chasing him. The needles were even shining with a dazzling cold light. It was a very frightening sight. Bite him to death. Sting him to death. Suck him dry. Suck this lowly slave dry. Eat this bald head. Chen Guang's ears twitched. He had a dumbfounded look on his face. Thank you, Holy Grail, for being so considerate. When the mission segment changed, you actually prepared such a unique setting for me. Even the Mosaic NPC audience's lines were changed. I really shouldn't have complained about the poor quality of the Mosaic NPC. Your special care really touched me. While he was letting his imagination run wild, the ink-black energy that he shot out suddenly turned into even finer and thicker pinky fingers. These energies seemed to be strange. After he shot them out, they did not quickly dissipate. Instead, they condensed and floated in the air. They did not look like inner energy, but more like flying catkins floating in the air. He finally reached the third move of the 18 palm strikes. This move was called seeing the mosquitoes in the field. He couldn't tell anyone. He really couldn't tell anyone. Before the giant mosquitoes rushed to his side, he actually used this strange palm strike to set up a strange big net that floated in front of him. Of course, if one looked closely, they would also see that the big net was still constantly dissipating. It was just that the speed at which it dissipated was not as fast as the speed at which Chen Guang replenished it with new palms. That was why it seemed to be getting thicker and thicker. A few giant golden mosquitoes rushed to the front and fiercely plunged into the big net formed by the catkins. They madly rushed in. Shockingly sharp needles pierced into Chen Guang's bald face as if they were being stabbed into something. As Chen Guang slowly retreated to the corner of the wall step by step, he continued to strike with his palms methodically, piling up the flying catkins in front of him more and more. Only when the needles of the giant golden mosquitoes were too close would he deliberately move his hand over and use his fingernails to fiercely flick them back. Behind the giant golden mosquito, other mosquitoes of different colors were also charging in with the flying catkins. As time passed, the flying wadding in front of Chen Guang became thicker and thicker. The giant golden mosquitoes that were charging at the innermost layer were slowly pushed out by the thick wadding. The other giant mosquitoes were even worse, unable to move an inch forward. He blocked it. Chen Guang wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued to pat the cotton wool outside. After the cotton wool was thickened to a certain level, the speed at which it spread and the speed at which he added it formed a subtle balance. It was as though there were a few sheets of thick cotton nets in front of him, helping him to block the giant mosquito formation outside. Looking at his work, Chen Guang sighed in his heart. Fortunately, he was strong and knew many unique skills. The third form of the 18 palms was suitable for this situation. Otherwise, he would have failed miserably. What is Mr. Dang doing? Is his awakening ability to turn himself into a cocoon? It looks fun. The magical archer looked at the scene from afar and said, "Don't joke. It's not time to relax yet. We have to think of a way to help him," Peasant said with a frown. He couldn't relax and said with a frown, "Don't joke around." The Sonda coach disagreed. "If you want to go, you can go. I'm not going. These mosquitoes are so scary. What can we do if we go up? Won't we only create trouble for him? What if we attract the mosquitoes' firepower? Didn't Mr. Dang say that we just have to take care of ourselves?" "That's right. We can't harm these mosquitoes. What we should do is cheer for Mr. Dang." Another member of the mixed martial arts coaching team said calmly. Peasant looked at the selfish members and said slowly, "Have you thought about it? Mr. Dang seems to have stabilized the situation, but the mosquito repellent can only last for half an hour. We only have 2 bottles. If we want to protect the Protoss, the mosquito repellent can only buy us an hour. If we give up on the Protoss, we can live for another 2 hours, but we'll have to face the next form of the golden mosquitoes. What should we do?" The hale and hearty elder said, "There's another worse possibility. We don't know what Mr. Dang's ability is and how long he can last. If Mr. Dang is defeated, what should we do? Or, if he can't kill the mosquitoes after an hour and can only protect himself, we'll still die," the young prodigy said weakly as he walked over. The genius high school student walked over with the help of the fat household appliance worker. His face turned even paler as he spoke weakly. "What good ideas do you have? Hurry up and take it out." The Sonda coach urged them on. The young prodigy glanced at him and said, "What I can do, I've been doing it since the beginning. I'm not like someone who only knows how to talk big but will only drop the ball at the crucial moment." "What do you mean?" The coach was infuriated by the young prodigy's indirect scolding. "I don't mean anything. I just don't like you. Don't you understand? The young prodigy didn't care about his threat and retorted. All right. Stop talking. Regardless, we should send some mosquito killers to Mr. Dang, Peasant said as he gritted his teeth. Everyone nodded in agreement. It was a good idea. Everyone nodded in agreement. This was a good idea. Anyway, Fatty could still make household appliances. The coach asked, "Who's going?" No one answered him. They were all people who said nice things, but when it came to a critical moment, not a single one of them could stand up. Peasant gritted his teeth and said, "All of you, forget it, the four of us will go. Give us the mosquito killers." She was referring to the four members of her team. Forget it, let's go together. If we die together. If we live together. None of us will be able to escape. The coach had thought things through. Peasant snorted and walked forward. Nobody noticed her solemn expression. Just now, in order to exchange for this hourglass, she had accepted a strange side mission. The mission description was as follows: side mission, accept a specific mission to obtain 100,000 reward points. Can be repaid in installments, interest-free. Mission description, spend 1 reward point to exchange for an ultra-high-definition digital camera to record images of Dang Wu. Don't be discovered by Dang Wu. If discovered, the player will be reset. If the promise isn't fulfilled, the player will be reset. Mission special note, time hourglass, level 2, can extend 1 second to 10 seconds. Each use will consume 10,000 reward points. Cooldown time, 24 hours. This side mission came at the right time. It was like giving her a pillow when she was sleepy. 10 seconds was enough for her to spray the mosquito repellent on everyone. The mission description was too strange, and she couldn't understand it. Eventually, she did it. It wasn't that Peasant harbored ill intentions towards Chen Guang. She had no choice. She didn't think taking photos of Chen Guang during the massacre mission would be harmful to Chen Guang. Would they be able to leave this place? Would they be able to retain their memories of this place after leaving this place? Also, would the things they took photos of be obtained by someone else? Everything was unknown. The most important thing was to think of a way to survive. She couldn't think of anything else. Subconsciously, she felt that Mr. Dang Wu was being targeted throughout the mission. He was too kind and too benevolent. That was why he had a bad attitude on the surface, but in reality, he wanted to protect everyone. The last sentence of the side mission was, "Don't be discovered by Dang Wu." That was a blatant lie. "I'm sorry, Mr. Dang Wu. I didn't want to do this. Just taking a photo of your handsome face, it shouldn't be too much, right?" Peasant touched her eyelashes. She was convinced that the ultra-high-definition digital camera had to be so wretched. Could modern technology really do it? Using fake eyelashes to take photos of the camera. Did it have to be so high-end? With doubts, Peasant and the others carefully approached the cocoon created by Chen Guang. Then, they put down the liquid mosquito killer and retreated far away. Peasant wasn't the only one complaining about Dang Wu's experience. Chen Guang was also complaining about himself. Perhaps I've been tricked. Whether it was the normal gamers or the virtual gods, they were real gamers. They were enjoying the process of the massacre mission. As for me, I'm the plaything of the gamers. I'm their nanny. Are you trying to kill me? Forget it, I've already done this much, what else can I do? Do I have to finish the remaining 18 mosquito repellent palms within an hour? I still have to get rid of these damned mosquitoes, okay? Open. Chen Guang shouted and stuffed 20 blue capsules of Viagra into his mouth. The third form of the 18 mosquito repellent palms was completed. With a loud bang, the cocoon that he had accumulated for a long time exploded. Tens of mosquitoes were blasted into the sky, buzzing loudly. Countless shards of wings fluttered in the air like glass shards, slowly floating in the air, looking like a gorgeous spring rain. Everyone was ecstatic. Mr. Dang's martial arts were unparalleled. In the end, Chen Guang couldn't hold back from shouting before he unleashed the 18 palms, just like how it was written in Hong Kong comics. He leaped into the air and shouted, the fourth form of the 18 mosquito-repellent palms, flying mosquitoes in the sky. The gold fan in the MMA coaching team couldn't take it anymore. F***CK. Mr. Dang, what's the grudge between you and Mr. Jin? Why are you complaining about him at this time? Mr. Jin's coffin can't hold on anymore. The coach slapped the back of the lad's head and said, he's still alive. What do you mean by the coffin can't hold on anymore? Yes, be careful that Mr. Jin's family comes to cover your coffin. It's a slip of the tongue. It's my fault, my fault. The lad apologized profusely. He was embarrassed too. Actually, no one knew that Chen Guang was having a headache at this moment. The name, Flying Mosquitoes in the Sky, was appropriate. You don't know that there's another move in the 18 mosquito-repellent palms. It's very reasonable. Chapter 1179. While he was flying in the air, the flying mosquito used both its hands and feet to attack the angel general. Both of his feet were frantically kicking the heads of the giant mosquitoes that were charging at him. Every time he touched them, he would release them immediately. He did not exert too much force, but only used the recoil force and the breathing method of the lightness technique to make his body float in the air. It was just like the cloud ladder used by the masters of the Wudong sect in the Wuxia TV series. When he was in the air, it was easier for the large mosquitoes to attack him. He couldn't use the wall behind him to surround himself with enemies. When Mr. used the flying mosquito in the sky, the situation didn't improve. The gamers couldn't help but complain. It's not as good as standing on the ground and fighting the large mosquitoes. At least they were evenly matched. Another gamer complained. Peasant stood up and said, "What do you know? Mr. Dang must have his own plans." Peasant's eyes were fixed on Chen Guang, who was moving around in the air like a butterfly among the mosquitoes. She initially wanted to blink her eyes out of boredom to distract the camera. But when she looked at Chen Guang, she couldn't even think of blinking her eyes. Her eyes were as wide as the bells hanging on a cow's neck. Zhu Liangtang. Chen Guang didn't know he was being secretly filmed. He was immersed in the flying mosquito in the sky. He heard the gamers' complaints, but he was too lazy to reply. What do you know? It looks bad, but everything is under the control of the old man. If you know how the mosquito resistance martial emperor came up with this technique, you will know how powerful it is. Back then, when the anti-mosquito martial emperor was besieged by hundreds of ferocious giant forest mosquitoes, he was chased to a dead end. He flew into the sky in a rage and battled with hundreds of powerful giant forest mosquitoes for an entire day. In the end, he killed all of them. In this long battle, the more the anti-mosquito martial emperor fought, the more he learned. At the beginning, he could only dodge left and right, but he gradually became more proficient. He could move around the hundreds of giant mosquitoes without changing his expression. Later on, he could even borrow the mosquito's strength to fight back, playing with the mosquitoes in his palms and feet. After that day, the mosquito resistance martial emperor spent 2 years to summarize his experience into the fourth technique, flying mosquito in the sky. At this time, Chen Guang seemed to be in a tight spot. It was the natural 0-1 opening attribute of this peerless technique. However, as long as he executed the technique, he would be able to understand the attributes of each mosquito. The more he fought, the more he would be able to use the mosquito's attacks to defeat the mosquitoes with fewer Every move had the flavor of Tai Chi's Furlong striking 1,000 Jin. Flying Mosquito in the sky was especially suitable for group battles. When used, he could always use the mosquitoes to restrain each other, giving him a chance to take a break and slowly recover his strength. Finally, after a period of time, he would accumulate enough strength to execute a big move, killing hundreds of giant forest mosquitoes. But today, Chen Guang didn't intend to completely copy the mosquito resistance martial emperor's technique. He didn't have that much time, and he didn't have that many mosquitoes to face. He only intended to use the fastest speed possible to finish all his moves. He definitely wouldn't be able to kill these super strong giant forest mosquitoes that had crazily evolved to this level in the world of slaughter, but it didn't matter. He just had to continue with the next move. He stuffed a bunch of small pills into his mouth. Then, under the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd, Chen Guang became extremely vigorous as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He kept dodging and moving in the air. Every moment he was in a dangerous situation, but he was like an acrobat walking on a tightrope. He didn't give these mosquitoes the slightest chance to touch him. Not only that, he became more and more ferocious as he fought. His hands danced like dragons and phoenixes, and his feet looked like they were tap dancing in the air. Dozens of giant forest mosquitoes pounced at him crazily, but they were always bounced back by him with all kinds of exquisite postures and angles, including the strongest golden forest mosquitoes. In addition, the power of his moves became more and more ferocious, and his aura became higher and higher. At the beginning, it was light, but later, it became more and more violent like the waves of the Qiantang River. All the players were dumbfounded. Wouldn't Mr. Dang get tired? Even with the Viagra sustained-release capsules, the fatigue wasn't just from physical exertion. Human muscle fibers were like machines that constantly contracted and released. There would always be mechanical fatigue, and there would be a need to add lubricant and lower the temperature. However, ever since entering the slaughtering world, Mr. Dang had only taken a short break in between each wave of magical beasts. Most of the time, he was always at the forefront, like a tireless fighting machine. This time, it was the most obvious when dealing with the mosquitoes. He was lazy at the beginning, but after the mosquitoes started to gather and evolve, he didn't take a breather. Put the mosquito killer closer. Don't be afraid, the mosquito repellent is very effective. They won't turn around. In mid-air, Chen Guang felt that the momentum and emotions of the mosquitoes in the sky were almost ready. It was time for the final blow, so he shouted loudly. Peasant was about to lead his team forward when the hale and hearty elder walked out and said, "This time, let's go." 30 seconds later, the hale and hearty elder and his 4 followers carefully moved the mosquito killer 10 meters forward. They formed a tighter circle, and the mosquito repellent in the air became denser. The others couldn't detect the changes in the mosquitoes, but Chen Guang was meticulous. His reaction and strength were weakened by at least 1 to 3%. The electric appliance Fat Man's mosquito killer looked like a joke, but the effect was outstanding. The mosquitoes were monsters that he couldn't kill. It was impressive that the mosquito repellent could weaken them slightly. Good! Chen Guang shouted in midair. He spun rapidly in the air like a spinning top. As he spun faster, it was difficult for the large mosquitoes to get close to him. They were repelled when they got close. After being repelled, the large mosquitoes seemed to be attracted by something. They flew towards Chen Guang actively and passively. A series of violent collisions happened in a flash. Towards the end, Chen Guang's emotions surged. His moves were no longer as shallow as before. Instead, he started clashing head-on without holding back. However, his entire body, especially his hands and feet, was densely covered with the core of the true martial divine art. Then, according to the secret inner strength technique of the anti-mosquito martial emperor, he circulated the protective energy. This protective qi gene was different from the qi gene he was used to. In the past, his protective chi gene usually had a soft characteristic. It could deal with hard weapons, but at the same time, it had a good cushioning effect against blunt objects. However, the protective energy of the anti-mosquito martial emperor was extremely hard. It was like a layer of carapace covering his body. It wasn't only hard, but it was also slippery. It was like a diamond. When it was hard to the extreme, it would become invulnerable. When the mosquito's needles came in contact with it, they wouldn't be able to pierce through it. Instead, they would simply slide away. Using this unique chi gene technique to deal with other martial artists was, of course, seeking one's own death. It was as if there was nothing, and there was no buffering effect at all. However, it was perfect for dealing with mosquitoes. Although the needles of the large mosquitoes were extremely corrosive and penetrating, they were helpless against the hard and slippery anti-mosquito martial emperor's energy. The sound of explosions rang in the air. The large mosquitoes were blown to the side. The broken needles and broken wings fell like snowflakes in the air. Although the name of the flying mosquitoes was not very good, its power was really strong. Especially the fact that it became more and more courageous as it fought, it looked very cool. The ordinary players were excited. Master is invincible. Expensive. If they weren't afraid of disturbing Qin Guang, they would have cheered for him like the NPC audience outside the arena. Qin Guang didn't care what others were thinking. He was busy counting the time in his heart. There wasn't much time left for him. He only had about 50 minutes at most. He had to speed up. Go to hell, mosquitoes. After he shouted in a low voice, he suddenly exploded the protective energy around his body. Pieces of glass-like energy shot out with a loud rumble, raining down on the giant mosquitoes around him like a torrential rain of pear blossoms, scattering them in all directions. However, the energy didn't hurt the audience not far away. After blowing away the large mosquitoes, they quickly dissipated in the air. The previous anti-mosquito martial emperor used this last explosion to kill the remaining dozens of large forest mosquitoes that surrounded him. If Qin Guang's opponents were also at the same level, his explosion would be enough to wipe out all his opponents. The players saw that Qin Guang was full of vigor and thought that he had achieved something. They all raised their arms and cheered. However, Qin Guang fell to the ground again. This time, he resisted the urge to shout out the name of the move. It couldn't be helped, as the name was too awkward. He didn't learn from old Jin's 18 subduing dragon palms. He didn't know why the anti-mosquito martial emperor suddenly thought of the name Mosquito Master. After Qin Guang landed, he put his palms together and retreated a few steps. His back leaned against the wall of the bestial coliseum. At the same time, he squatted in a horse stance and pushed his palms forward in a Tai Chi posture. This was a master. After a short rest, the mutated large mosquitoes in the sky recovered and swooped down like bombers. Ah! We fought so fiercely just now, but it was all bark and no bite. It's useless. The boxing instructor ridiculed. It's easy for you to say. Why don't you try standing there? Peasant said unhappily. The mixed martial arts coach shrugged. There's something I don't know if I should say. Mr. Dang said that he's a veteran player. In this killing mission, he did perform a little better than us, but in my opinion, he's still not strong enough. These mosquitoes are only the 5th wave. Even if we survive this wave, we won't be able to survive the next 4 waves. Don't forget that 9 is the limit of numbers. I'm sure the 9th wave isn't a small matter. Fireball Magician, who didn't like the boxing instructor, teased him, so. What are you trying to say? Should we retreat to the side and wait for death, or should we bravely charge forward and fight alongside Mr. Dang to squash these damned mosquitoes to death? I didn't mean that. The boxing instructor didn't have the courage to charge forward and die. Peasant asked, "What do you mean?" The mixed martial arts coach was being watched by everyone. "I just feel that Mr. Dang is not as strong as he brags. We can't always rely on him. We have to find a way to become stronger ourselves. Besides, there must be something he knows that we don't know. He's hiding it from us." "You're full of nonsense." "Shut up. Are you addicted to being an official? It's not enough to be an official in real life. In the game, you can't bear to see others stronger and better than you. You don't have any capabilities, but you want everyone to revolve around you." The genius high school student next to him said darkly. Among everyone present, he was probably the first to see through the MMA coach. "Enough, stop talking. Look at Mr. Dang's movements," the magic archer advised. At this moment, Chen Guang's fighting style had undergone a drastic change. His palms were gently stretched before him, but the giant mosquitoes still couldn't get close to him, even though they had recovered. Every time a giant mosquito got close to him, he would slap it with his palm like lightning. What was strange was that after these mosquitoes fell into his hands, they would immediately become weak and unable to move. This scene reminded most of the Huaxia people present of a scam they often saw on TV. The legendary Tai Chi Kung Fu that could stop a sparrow from flying when it touched his hand. But that was actually to feed the sparrow medicine. Of course, what they saw on television was a lie. Gurus with real kung fu wouldn't go on television to swindle people. Those who could be seen were definitely liars. But what did Mr. Dang mean? Was it for show? It looked awesome, but what was the use of it? It wasn't like he could kill the mosquitoes, right? It was just a waste of time. Besides, he only had 2 hands, but there were dozens of mosquitoes. Could he handle it? While everyone was thinking this, Chen Guang flicked his wrist like lightning, and the mosquito in his palm shot out like lightning, crashing into another golden mosquito that was about to pounce. The 2 mosquitoes collided, bursting with a metallic luster and sparks, as if 2 planes had collided in midair and caused an air crash. Before everyone could recover from the impact, Chen Guang's left hand also shook violently, and he ejected the other mosquito. It was another collision of Mars and Earth. Before the sparks on one end were extinguished, the sparks on the other end lit up again. It was simply overwhelming. He actually used this palm sparrow technique with 2 hands to block the attacks of dozens of giant mosquitoes. "My trick is amazing. How many years has he been single?" Chen Guang could only say that it was hard to say how many years he had been single in real life, but if he was considered single in the world of cups, then he should have been single for at least 200,000 years. If hand speed was really proportional to the length of time he had been single, then his hand speed should be close to the speed of light. Collecting his thoughts, Chen Guang refocused all his attention on the giant mosquito array in front of him. He had only reached the 5th move, Mosquito Master. Time was getting tight, and he couldn't take a breather. Thanks to the reward point store, the Red Bull had been upgraded to a small blue pill. At least he didn't have to drink water while fighting. It was just that it felt a little weird to have his mouth full of pills for a long time. If someone took drugs like him in real life, they would probably die 10 times. In addition, according to the current progress, if he didn't take a breather halfway through, he would probably be able to fight for the last move before the hour was up. As time passed, Chen Guang finally fought for the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th moves. The others didn't understand his real intentions. They just thought that he was helplessly trying to find ways to deal with the giant mosquitoes, and everyone's confidence continued to decline. Chen Guang's moves changed again and again. It seemed that each move was more and more powerful than the last, but the actual effect reflected in the actual effect was always like a blooming flower, but there was no actual effect. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed, and a new problem was placed in front of everyone. They definitely had to replenish the mosquito repellent on them, but what about the Protoss? Should they replenish the mosquito repellent, or should they use a knife, or should they completely ignore them? According to Mr. Dang, of course, they had to save them. But now, Mr. Dang couldn't care less about restricting everyone, and everyone could make their own decisions. From my point of view, the best solution is to kill the Protoss. Listen to me, there's no benefit in saving the Protoss. The boxing instructor could always pick the words that Chen Guang didn't like to hear. Peasant denied it decisively. Impossible. Previously, Mr. Dang had said that if the entire divine race were to die, then we would definitely die too. That's better than dying in half an hour. How do you know that Mr. Dang can't deal with the mosquitoes? Don't joke. It's been half an hour. Is the situation any better? Let's kill the Protoss first. At least we can stall for another 2 hours. If we do as you said, we'll only live for another hour. What's the difference? Chen Guang, who was a distance away, heard the quarrel and flew into a rage. Are you ignoring my words? I said that I can solve all the problems in an hour. Just listen to me. The boxing instructor, I'm warning you for the last time. If you're stubborn and want to die, I don't mind killing you personally. He couldn't take it anymore. This fellow's performance was acceptable at the start, but now he was like a rat that spoiled a pot of soup. He was restless and had all sorts of bad ideas. He even tried to undermine Dang's authority among the gamers. The purpose of a person like him was to destroy the situation that Dang had painstakingly created. He was a stumbling block for Dang to lead the gamers in this massacre mission. He was a black sheep, and he was using up his benevolence. Everyone fell silent when they heard this. The boxing instructor said anxiously, Mr. Dang, what do you mean? I'm making this suggestion for the sake of everyone. I don't mean anything. I really just want to kill you. Everyone else, don't look at me with a panicked expression. No matter how you interpret it, my judgment is that killing this Sonda practitioner will increase everyone's chances of survival. This is good for everyone. It's good for everyone, Chen Guang said sinisterly as he dealt with the mosquitoes in front of him. Are you kidding? How can you do this? It's already suspicious that you want to save the Protoss. Now you're threatening to kill a human. You're too abnormal. You say that you're an old player, but the Protoss say that you're the big boss. Are you? Before he finished speaking, Chen Guang, who was originally wrapped in the giant mosquitoes, appeared in front of him like lightning. Are you trying to say that I'm the mastermind behind all this? Was he the most sinister one? Then you can further damage my image in everyone's hearts. Your calculations are not bad, but you miscalculated one thing, and that is the overwhelming difference in strength. So, you can die now. Chapter 1180. Of course, there was a limit to his tolerance. This MMA coach had been courting death for too long. He didn't have much time to dawdle. From the moment he planned to make a move to the moment he actually killed someone, it was only a short 1 or 2 seconds. He didn't give the others a chance to react at all. The MMA coach didn't understand why Mr. Dang would suddenly kill him before he died. He clutched his neck in pain and retreated little by little. Blood gushed out of his neck like crazy. The defense provided by the improved combat suit that he was so proud of couldn't withstand Chen Guang's casual chop. It was so much so that he didn't even have the time to activate his awakened ability or use the gold sore medicine. His neck was completely broken. Chen Guang floated away, and the ordinary players were silent. The MMA coach had led the group for a long time. Although he wasn't successful and didn't win the hearts of the people, there were still people who believed that he could lead them out of this world of killing. Until now, there were still 5 people who followed him, including the card magician. Now that he was suddenly dead, these 5 people suddenly lost their backbone and felt as if they had been abandoned. But they were more resentful. They felt that Dang Wu had gone too far. He killed someone without saying a word, and the person he killed was their leader. But in the end, they didn't spit out a word. Chen Guang's killing the chicken to warn the monkey was certainly effective. They were also afraid that Chen Guang would put a crime on them for hindering everyone's survival and then kill them without explaining it all. The MMA coach's encounter made them wake up, and they no longer dared to think of Chen Guang as a brainless, benevolent, and generous grandpa NPC. This grandpa NPC would kill people. On the other side, after killing this unstable factor, Chen Guang rushed back into the encirclement of the giant mosquitoes. The others also understood what he meant and obediently sprayed mosquito repellent on everyone and the Protoss again. If Mr. Dang can't kill all these giant mosquitoes in an hour, then we're really done for this time. No one will think you're mute if you don't say a few words. If you don't want to die, then obediently shut your mouth. The poker magician reminded softly and looked at Chen Guang with a look of lingering fear. Peasant, who was nearby, heard their conversation. He turned his head and glanced at them, but he didn't say anything to defend Chen Guang. It wasn't that she had a problem with Chen Guang, but that she had finally come to a realization. Judging from the death rate of this slaughter mission, those who could survive and succeed once were the cream of the crop. They were true experts and definitely not easy to deal with. Although Mr. Dang looked kind, and his big bald head looked like an enlightened monk, as he said, he was an old player, so he must have seen countless life and death situations. Then, he must have developed a heart of stone. Otherwise, he would have died in the previous game mission. People like them, who were only able to survive until now because of his protection, were a little too rash and lacked sufficient respect for him. In fact, he was a true powerhouse who should have kept his word. It was no wonder that he was targeted by the game's secret side mission. He must have performed like a bug in the previous missions. With such thoughts in mind, Peasant continued to stare at Chen Guang. She forgot that there was a camera in her eyelashes. Chen Guang wasn't able to detect the camera in Peasant's eyelashes. Moreover, he didn't have the time to think about it. He was using the 18 palm strikes to fight the giant mosquitoes. As the fight progressed, Chen Guang's progress became faster. This had to do with the evolution of the 18 palm strikes to resist the mosquitoes. It was obvious that the higher the anti-mosquito martial emperor got, the more exquisite his martial arts became, and the more he pursued the effect of killing with one strike. Ordinary moves that could inflict small wounds could no longer meet his needs. What he wanted to deal with was no longer the ordinary giant forest mosquitoes, but the overlord of the mosquitoes, the king of the giant mosquitoes. Therefore, he could no longer rely on the previous shallow moves that could inflict small wounds. He had to change to a powerful sure-kill move. As a result, in the eyes of the crowd, his moves became more and more expansive, all of them orderly and forceful. The mutated giant mosquitoes were beaten into a mess. It looked as though there would be casualties in the next second. What made the spectators feel hopeless was that none of the mutated giant mosquitoes fell. The more ferocious Mr. Warlord was, the more tenacious the giant mosquitoes were. They didn't seem to be fatigued and couldn't be killed. However, only Chen Guang knew that the 18 mosquito-subduing palms was truly worthy of being called the 18 mosquito-subduing palm. The giant mosquitoes were difficult to deal with because they had absorbed the flesh and blood of their own kind. They had also absorbed the power of the virtual gods. They had evolved to the limit of insects. It was like the difference between Chen Guang and humans. Insects had unparalleled recovery abilities, let alone the overlord of the giant mosquitoes. After being bombarded by Chen Guang's 18 palm strikes to the giant mosquitoes like a human target, the giant mosquitoes were constantly affected by the mosquito killer fluid. It was like a human practicing in a turbulent stream of water. They were constantly hindered. Their bodies were already full of hidden injuries. It was just that they were very subtle and not easy to be noticed. This was also related to the characteristics of insects. Just like cockroaches, even if they were stepped on, they could still struggle and shake their legs. The same was true for mosquitoes. Minor internal injuries could not make them appear as if their muscles and bones were injured. But Qin Guang knew that this was a milestone. Before this, these giant mosquitoes seemed to be impervious to fire and water. No matter how serious their injuries were, they could still recover. It was just like his Earth Sauce Exploder ability, which gave him an immortal body. Now it seemed that the old man was a little more shameless. This meant that repent against mosquitoes could indeed take their lives. After confirming this, Qin Guang's spirit was lifted. He went all out to devote himself to the great cause of the 18 palm strikes. Time passed little by little. Everyone felt that a day was like a year. They pinched their fingers and counted how long they could live. In the beginning, everyone was still counting down in minutes, but later on, no one knew who started it, but they actually started counting down from 600 seconds. It was a feeling of despair, as if a day was passing like a year. It seems like we're doomed. I'm very sensitive to time, and the error won't exceed 5 seconds. We only have 60 seconds left, my friends. The genius high school student, who had been quiet all this while, finally took the initiative to speak. Being Mr. Sai, what can we do? We can't do anything other than rely on him. Peasant turned his head and explained to Qin Guang, don't say that. Being Mr. is working hard, but some things, we can only do our best and leave it to fate. Yes, we can't help it all. Forget it, let's not dwell on this matter. We're just lying around, what right do we have to question being Mr.? If we die, so be it. Who knows if it's a good thing or a bad thing to be reset? Just like in real life, don't we often wonder if we go to a better world after death? The hale and hearty old man was very open-minded. If the mixed martial arts coach was still alive, he would definitely ridicule the old man, saying that he was already so old anyway, so it didn't matter if he died. But at this time, no one dared to disagree with him. At this moment, Peasant trembled and said, everyone, stop talking. Look at Mr. Dang. At this moment, Qin Guang, who was still besieged by countless giant mosquitoes, suddenly changed his aura. After the flying mosquito flew into the sky, he once again flew into the air, but this time, his performance was completely different from before. When the flying mosquitoes were in the sky, he used all kinds of methods to neutralize and attack them. But this time, he was like a Buddha ascending to heaven. He put his palms together and closed his eyes tightly as he flew in the air. Everyone didn't understand what he meant. While they were puzzled, they saw the dozens of giant mosquitoes in the air suddenly change. They no longer attacked him as crazily as before, but retreated into the distance inexplicably. The next moment, a shocking scene occurred. The giant mosquitoes actually began to bite and kill each other. What do they mean? The fat man asked in bewilderment. The genius high school student said worriedly, perhaps the mosquitoes realized that they couldn't defeat Mr. Dang, so they became anxious. The fireball magician said, they have a certain level of intelligence. Since they can't achieve their goal by fighting alone, they might as well. The genius high school student interrupted him. Yes, they might as well combine their strengths. Just like the 6 gods in the cartoon, they might as well form the strongest form. I don't know if we should rejoice or despair. Anyway, we will be able to see the next form of the giant golden mosquitoes. This is what Mr. Dang has been worried about. The giant mosquitoes didn't fight for long. After about 10 seconds, the mutated giant mosquitoes that hadn't lost a single one were reduced by half. But Chen Guang didn't move, and the giant mosquitoes continued to devour and merge. After another 10 seconds, the giant mosquitoes were reduced to tens of giant mosquitoes. This time, they were all golden giant mosquitoes. Obviously, the price of their evolution was quite heavy. So far, none of them had completed the complete transformation. On the other side, Chen Guang, who was floating in the air, still didn't open his eyes, but the sound of waves inexplicably burst out from his body. Everyone felt a faint pain in their eardrums when they heard it. They were at least 100 meters away. The giant mosquitoes seemed to know that it was a critical moment. Without any hesitation, they pounced again and fought in a chaotic battle. I really want to rush up and do something fierce. The strong man carrying a flamethrower behind the hale and hearty old man couldn't help but say. The giant mosquitoes have evolved to this level. Our attacks really can't even count as tickles. You'd better not go and die. The old man decisively dispelled this idea. In the air, countless giant mosquitoes' broken wings, broken bodies, broken legs, and even syringes were flying everywhere. Golden blood splashed out like raindrops. No one could clearly see the process of the battle between the giant golden mosquitoes, but they knew that it was extremely tragic. What was even more terrifying was that the limbs that flew out did not go to waste at all. Not long after they flew out, they turned back into golden energy and condensed back into the battle of the giant mosquitoes. Finally, another 30 seconds passed. The giant mosquitoes in the sky shone brightly. The real mutated mosquito king was born. In the sky, a giant mosquito about the height of a human was quietly floating. It didn't flap its wings, but inexplicably floated. However, this giant mosquito was no longer golden in color. Instead, it had returned to its original pitch-black appearance. It seemed to have returned to its original state. Its whole body was shining with a cold metallic light. Coupled with its slender body, it looked like a slender agile black-armored warrior. What made everyone even more afraid was that after this mosquito king was born, it didn't crazily rush toward Chen Guang like the previous giant mosquitoes. Instead, it turned around and looked at the Protoss behind them. The mosquito king's fist-sized eyes revealed an emotion that everyone could understand. It was called greed. This mosquito king had the wisdom of a human. Thinking back to the immortal body of the mutated giant mosquito, its devouring power, and its indestructible needles, now that it had transformed into this body and possessed human-like intelligence, how strong would it be? No one could imagine it at all, and they could only feel their hair standing on end. At this moment, Chen Guang suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, muffled thunder sounded around him. Everyone's eyes drifted toward him. Ah, what kind of eyes are those? What kind of vicissitudes are in his eyes? What kind of complicated life did he have to experience to condense such a pair of eyes? It was the sorrow of seeing through the mortal world, and the sharpness of being able to see through everything. You can go to hell. Chen Guang took a deep breath and suddenly rushed forward. He said, since you have human feelings, you should know what it means to repent against mosquitoes. Pia. Chen Guang originally planned to completely replicate the aura of the anti-mosquito martial emperor, but he didn't know why he wanted to slap himself after shouting out the lines. Forget it, this isn't important. What's important is that after the previous 17 palm strikes, my current internal strength circulation mode has completely matched the anti-mosquito martial emperor's technique, and my emotions have been completely replicated. In addition, don't be fooled by the terrifying aura of the Mosquito King. Its body was actually full of hidden dangers left by me when I hit the other giant mosquitoes. It obtained the power of all the giant mosquitoes, but it was also full of my internal strength. Die! Chen Guang roared and flew straight forward. The Mosquito King also made a buzzing sound as if it was retaliated by a human's provocation. It also turned around and flew in the direction of Chen Guang. We can't see anything. The normal gamers were dazzled. Chen Guang and the Mosquito King, who were in mid-air, disappeared at the same time. After their second awakening, they were unable to capture the movements of Chen Guang and the Mosquito King. They could only hear loud pi, pi, paw, paw sounds coming from every corner of their bodies. The genius high school student frowned as he counted. Mr. Dang and the Mosquito King are fighting more than 100 times per second. Peasant tried his best to turn his head, but he was unable to capture the movements of Chen Guang and the Mosquito King. At that moment, a strange notification sounded in her mind. Additional reward points. Please activate the time ability of the side mission to ensure the quality of the recording. Isn't the Massacre World targeting Mr. Dang? Are you giving me free reward points for secretly filming? Chapter 1181. In the sky, the battle between Chen Guang and the Mosquito King was still ongoing. Peasant didn't know how long it would last and whether Mr. Dang could win. However, she did not have the qualification to refuse the side mission, and the reward points have been forcibly issued to her head. Even the killing mission seemed to be afraid that she would not perform well. It was very considerate to remind her that if she did not complete the recording work as required, she would immediately be reset. Peasant didn't have the right to reject the mission, but she didn't use time deceleration on everyone. Instead, she placed her hand in her pocket and placed her finger on the hourglass. She activated the hourglass and sped up her own time. Everyone's attention was focused on the explosions in midair. Nobody noticed that Peasant was twisting his head and body at a speed that was different from the rest of the crowd. It was like a rotating anemometer. In the sky, Chen Guang and the black-armored Mosquito King were fighting fiercely, but he didn't use mosquito repent. He had 30 seconds left. He wanted to make use of the time to give the Mosquito King more trouble so that he could use his final strike. If mosquito repent attacked the Mosquito King, it would be troublesome. With the speed of the Mosquito King, he couldn't stop it from sucking everyone dry. What was the next stage of the Mosquito King? Forget it. Chen Guang didn't want to imagine. If the gamers were sucked dry, it was fine. If the gods, especially Yu Ting, were sucked dry, the Mosquito King might evolve to the point where it could defeat him. That would be a huge problem. So, he either didn't attack, or he had to succeed. Lad, didn't you say there was a 5-second error? Another minute has passed, right? Nothing changed. The hale and hearty old man turned his head to look at the sky, but he couldn't see anything. He chased after the flashing sparks in the sky to capture Chen Guang and the Mosquito King, but it was futile. He couldn't help but complain about the high school student. Just now, the genius high school student had calculated the times so accurately that everyone believed it to be true. Their hearts were in their throats, and there were even all sorts of countdowns. In the end, when the time was up, there was no movement at all. It felt as if they had punched the air with all their might, and it was rather uncomfortable. The genius high school student was also embarrassed. His face had even turned paler. There's a small mistake. Don't worry about the details. Maybe there's a slight error in the timing of the mosquito repellent, or maybe the effect of the mosquito repellent has improved because we've made more mosquito repellents. At this time, the fireball magician stood up and said, "Forget it, let's not stand here and watch the immortals fight. Let's find something to do." Ever since the Sonda coach died, he seemed to have become more proactive. "What are you doing? Scratching that monster with your little flame. Can you keep up?" Poker magician mocked them without holding back. He had always disliked the trio who left the team. The fireball magician saw through him and smiled insincerely as he said, "Oh, why? Your boss is dead, and now you're the one standing up for him. I'm giving a good idea. What's the meaning of your sarcastic tone? Must you quarrel?" Aren't you afraid of angering Mr. Dang? We've been in this strange world for a long time, and you still haven't woken up. If that's the case, I suggest you kill yourselves. That way, I won't waste Mr. Dang's energy to take care of you. Or, kill you. To everyone's surprise, it was the delicate female elf archer who stood out to calm the situation. With a few words, she silenced the quarreling duo. The fireball magician glanced at the magician and said, let's stand by the side of the gods. If the time really comes and Mr. can't kill this black mosquito, we'll block it for as long as we can. It'll be good to buy some time. It's not necessary. We'll know soon. Peasant used a strange tone and enunciated each word slowly. The onlookers didn't understand, but Peasant wouldn't explain further. She didn't turn her head frantically. Instead, she stared intently at a 30-degree angle in front of her. Everyone followed her gaze and looked forward, but strangely, they couldn't see anything. If they didn't know that Peasant was close to Mr. Dang, they would have mocked her. Peasant didn't stop her time acceleration. She couldn't help but speak, so she thought of an unorthodox method. When she spoke, she dragged her voice 10 times longer. That way, the onlookers wouldn't notice that her time flow was different. They only felt that her tone was strange. Peasant's time flow was different from the onlookers, but Qinghua and the Mosquito King's time flow was normal. She looked at the outside world as though she was pressing a button that was 10 times slower. She was able to see the movements of Qinghua and the Mosquito King. Both of them were moving horizontally. They were in the area where Peasant was facing. Peasant didn't need to turn her head. She only needed to move her eyeballs. In Peasant's eyes, Mr. Dang and the black-armored Mosquito King seemed to be fighting without any strategy, but in fact, it was a frenzied fight. At the beginning, Mr. Dang was at a disadvantage. Although he seemed to be stronger, the Mosquito King was not weak either. What was even more ridiculous was that it had a lot of legs, a total of 6. The needle in the Mosquito King's mouth wasn't just for show. The Mosquito King shook its head like a skilled swordsman. It was difficult to deal with. Fortunately, Mr. Dang's moves were exquisite. Otherwise, he would have fallen into the Mosquito King's trap. To Peasant, Mr. Dang was having a hard time. Although he could sneakily punch or kick the Mosquito King from time to time, this guy's black armor provided him with extremely strong defense. The Mosquito King had a shocking recovery speed. Mr. Dang had broken its legs and needle more than once, but the Mosquito King was able to regrow them instantly. Mr. Dang wasn't a normal warrior. He was injured many times by the Mosquito King, but his recovery speed was faster than the Mosquito King's. No, he didn't need to recover. Even when he was pierced by the needle, he didn't retreat. Instead, he took a step forward and punched the Mosquito King. At the same time, he allowed the needle to penetrate his body and use his muscles to break the needle. Peasant didn't understand his intention, but when Qinguang repeated the action for the 3rd time, she understood. The Mosquito King's needle contained a powerful paralyzing venom. The Mosquito King's venom must be extraordinary. If he allowed the needle to poke into his body, Mr. Dang would not be able to resist the venom of the Mosquito King. His body seemed to be more injured, but in fact, he was completely free from the venom. His situation was more advantageous. He was indeed Mr. Dang. If she were the Mosquito King, she would have exploded in anger. It was a pity that there weren't 3 connections beside the needle. She couldn't help but shout at the others because she discovered that Qinguang, who was Mr. Dang, had changed his tactics. He no longer wrestled with the Mosquito King like before. Instead, he drifted in the air at an extremely fast speed. The Mosquito King desperately chased after him, but Mr. Dang was as slippery as a loach. Every time he got close, he would quickly escape. His body was surrounded by a powerful force that pushed her and the Mosquito King apart. Before she shouted, which was 1 second ago, Chen Guang stopped fleeing. He flipped over and charged at the Mosquito King. The distance between the Mosquito King and the Mosquito King shortened. In the blink of an eye, they were tens of meters apart. The others were puzzled when they heard the muffled sound of thunder in the distant void. The sky, which was originally empty, suddenly shone brightly, as if a ray of multicolored light had lit up in that place. Everyone fixed their eyes on it, only to see layers of clouds behind the multicolored light. The color of the clouds was strange. It wasn't the usual blue sky and white clouds. Instead, it was pitch black. However, it looked brighter under the bright sunlight. The crowd finally saw Mr. Dang and the Mosquito King clearly. The Mosquito King and Mr. Dang were standing proudly in the air, facing each other. Mr. Dang extended his hand forward and came out from the Mosquito King's heart. The Mosquito King's 6 sharp legs stabbed into various parts of Mr. Dang's body. Time seemed to have stopped. It went from extreme motion to extreme stillness. Many people couldn't adapt to it. Did they perish together? Such a terrifying thought appeared in many people's minds. Even Peasant, who had witnessed everything, felt the same way. The distant dark clouds became denser, and the muffled rumbling sounds resembled thunder. However, there was no lightning, only a ray of greenish-gray light emitted from the clouds. In the distance, Chen Guang turned his head slightly to look at the crowd and the celestials behind them. Then, he turned to look at the Mosquito King and said, "Good, you can die now." The 18th form of the 18 mosquitoes subduing palms, repenting mosquitoes. As he shouted, the thick dark clouds behind him suddenly shrank back. At the same time, his palm that penetrated the Mosquito King's heart gradually surged out of the black mist that seemed to have a substance. The black mist was like tree roots tearing through the ground as it spread out from the Mosquito King's body. The black mist cracked like ice wherever it went. The Mosquito King gave a heart-wrenching scream. Its 6 sharp legs, which were full of barbs, struggled violently as though it wanted to tear Chen Guang apart. The syringe in its mouth broke on its own, but in the blink of an eye, it grew back. Although it was shorter than before, it was just enough for it to peck at Chen Guang's face. But its struggle was still in vain. Although it was only 1 palm, it contained all the essence of the previous 17 palm strikes. Chen Guang knew that it had this move, so he had already covered his upper body with the most powerful protective aura. But the Mosquito King's bite caused sparks to fly. After a few seconds, Chen Guang felt that the hidden injuries in the Mosquito King's body had almost exploded. Then, he used his left hand to slap its head. With a loud bang, the black-armored Mosquito King's pointed head exploded like a thunderstorm. The divine power of the 20 celestials who had died turned into colorful flowing lights and shot out from the place where the Mosquito King exploded. They flew everywhere in the slaughter world like fireworks. Chen Guang was also covered in injuries from the explosion. His face was unrecognizable as he plummeted from the sky. But before he landed, he endured the pain and adjusted his posture. That's right, I can't hit the ground face first. He also seized every second to swallow the gold sore medicine and use the talent ability of the earth paste exploder. Don't worry about other parts, just protect my face first. My expert image depends on my face. I can't let it be destroyed. Strangely, when the earth paste exploder used its ability, it didn't repair his face as he ordered. Instead, it turned into a terrible black hole and crazily absorbed the various divine powers that were drifting everywhere in the slaughter world or flying to the other celestials who had not died yet. The streams of light formed by the divine power of the god race's projections spun in the air like a river flowing backward. They gathered above Chen Guang's head and turned into a beam of light that fell from the sky. Chen Guang looked up with a blank face. I didn't activate the earth paste exploder's devour talent. What's wrong? The closer the light beam got to Chen Guang, the smaller it became. Finally, it turned into a light beam as thick as a pinky and poured into his forehead. Can I absorb the divine powers of those celestials? Am I going to become a god through the slaughter world? So explosive. No, if I can absorb it, I should have absorbed it when I killed the Titan. What's going on? Mr. Dang, you're back. As Chen Guang was puzzled, Peasant, who was slightly closer, couldn't help but remind him. Chen Guang tried to move his head. It didn't affect the light beam. It just flowed from his forehead to the top of his head. Then, he turned his head to look. Gosh! Why is the back of my anus glowing? A trumpet-shaped light. That's not right. Chen Guang turned his head to look at the sky. He was bewildered. The flowing light from his buttocks was as thick as a pinky. After rushing far away, it dispersed again. A portion of it spread to the entire Colosseum, but another portion flowed back to the celestial projections that had not died yet. Yu Ting, who was further away, had stood up. He had a disgusted expression as he resisted the thunder power that flowed back to his body. But his resistance was futile. The divine power that spurted out from his anus hit his face and then returned to his body. Chen Guang felt his body and didn't feel that the earth-paced exploder's talent had become stronger. He didn't understand. What did I absorb? Does this mean that the god power has passed through my body? What's the point? Why did I have to come out from my anus? This old man has an illustrious name. Wait, I seem to have realized something. Previously, I was indeed unable to absorb the divine power of the Titan god, but those virtual gods who had died had been devoured by the mutated giant mosquitoes of the slaughtering world. Then, these mosquitoes had stolen and digested their divine power. Of course, this also included the power that Yu Ting and the others had absorbed after being stung. Perhaps the characteristics of the Celestials' divine powers were changed by the mosquitoes, and they were attracted to the earth-paced exploder's talent. Was that why this happened? The question was, why did the special characteristics of the divine powers pass through my body? Could it be that I'm the legendary activated charcoal water purifier? Then what the hell did I absorb? Blarg. A distance away, Wethany, who had just managed to stand up, was greedily absorbing the divine powers. She lifted her head and saw Chen Guang's anus blossoming. She clutched her stomach and vomited. Chapter 1182. Yu Ting sighed. Wethany, stop struggling. Just turn your face away. You won't feel anything if you can't see it. Wethany, like Yu Ting, could not resist at all. Poor Wethany. She felt that it would have been better if she had not woken up so quickly. She looked enviously at the other gods who were still in a deep coma. At that moment, the electronic notification finally sounded. Congratulations, player, for successfully completing Mission 5. Reward points will be distributed to all player accounts according to the completion of the mission. Along with this notification, Chen Guang checked his merchant store once more and grinned. He was not sure how many reward points he had obtained for Mission 5, but he had obtained more than 200,000 reward points. Now, he had nearly 300,000 reward points in total. But most importantly, he found that he could finally press the Enhance Ability button in his shop. It was no longer just a decoration. He began to look forward to it. With the old man's current ability, if he wanted to enhance it, what would it be like? Also, after the enhancement, I should be able to purchase exclusive items according to my awakened ability, right? What would it be? Just thinking about it made him look forward to it. What would it be? Chen Guang happily clicked on the ability enhancement button while looking forward to what would happen to his body. As for what he sucked in earlier, he couldn't get it out no matter how hard he tried. Thus, he decided not to bother himself with something that he couldn't find an answer to. At that moment, he was not the only one at a loss. Yuting and Wethany, who had just woken up, looked at each other in confusion. The two gods had vomited enough before. In fact, they could only feel nausea and retch. There was nothing in their stomachs that could actually be vomited. But when the two gods carefully checked, they were puzzled to find that there was no change in the divine power that they had regained. It was slightly weaker, but in essence, it had not weakened. It could still be recovered by eating the strange blue pill. It was like a person who had become thin and weak because of long-term malnutrition, but their bones would not change at all. The reason why the divine power had become weak was that part of it had been consumed by the mosquito during the battle. But only the skin had been touched, and the foundation inside had not been touched. But why was it that in this inexplicable game setting, when they were returning to their base after losing their strength? Why did that fellow, Wen Noon, do such a thing? Disgusting. Also, where did the divine power of the other dead gods go? While the two gods were thinking, they also received a notification from the electronic voice. They hurriedly looked at their respective shops, and then their faces fell. Including the reward points that he had received before, Yuting now had about 70,000 reward points in his hands. There were still no options for ability enhancement. There were other things that he could buy, but for the Protoss, these were meaningless toys. At the same time, the other Protoss woke up one after another. One by one, they checked their bodies and were overjoyed. Just now, they thought that they were dead for sure, but they never thought that it was just equivalent to a nap. When they woke up, there was nothing wrong with them, and they even picked up 10 or 20,000 reward points for free. Although they did not know what use it was, they would see the light sooner or later, right? On the other hand, many ordinary players have no idea about ability enhancement. The first awakening requires 20 reward points, the second awakening requires a full 2,000 points, and they want the third awakening. The experienced gamers could guess with their toes that it would require 200,000 reward points. The difference was too great, and they could not even count on it. But as they get more and more reward points, especially when the individual stock exceeds 50,000, some mechanism seems to be triggered in the shop, and the options that can be purchased suddenly increase, and become strange, overwhelming. Everyone was dazzled by the dense list, which looked like a shopping list in an online shopping mall. Peasant and the genius high school student were talking to different gamers at different places. They were reminding the gamers not to blindly buy items based on their own abilities. They were trying to achieve the highest combat power at the lowest cost. In the fifth wave of the giant mosquito beast battle, the ordinary gamers were only a bystander at the beginning, and they were useless in the later stages. Though Mr. Dang was able to deal with the Black Scale Mosquito King, he did not have the time to take care of the others. The giant Mosquito King would only become stronger. If they did not strengthen their self-defense capabilities, they would definitely die. In addition, the small group of people had undergone many evolutions, and there had been many changes. The members of the small group had to consider the awakened abilities of their teammates and cooperate with each other when purchasing the items. Just as the crowd was scratching their heads and trying to think of a match, not many people noticed that the Mr. Dang they were talking about had been standing there blankly for more than a few minutes without moving. Even Chen Guang had no idea what was going on. After he pressed on the button, his thoughts came to a complete halt. The reward points were deducted from his shop like the numbers on a slot machine. Finally, after a long time, the 300,000 reward points in Chen Guang's pocket were emptied. That's right, his expenditure wasn't 200,000 reward points. He was left with nothing. After waking up, Chen Guang was bewildered. He checked his shop system to make sure he was not hallucinating. The reward points that he had saved up were all gone. He did not obtain the awakened abilities as he wished. He did not feel anything. Could it be that my shop is a leaky version? Do I not have any special abilities? Are you kidding me? I don't believe it. Chen Guang looked at the gamers equipping themselves with various pieces of sci-fi equipment. He turned his head away silently. Forget it, he had to believe it. Up until now, there were only the most basic items in his shop. He didn't get anything, but look at what others had. The gamer who carried the sniper rifle was sitting in what looked like a light prism tank. He peeked his head out and looked around. It seemed like the entire team was in the tank. The 4 members of Peasant's team were wearing strange, emerald armor. The armor was made of green vines and looked beautiful. It was obviously an elven product. Another girl used her awakened ability, which was to summon a pokeball. At this moment, the girls were surrounding the Kelda duck that she had summoned, teasing it non-stop. On the other side, the warrior, magician, and beast tamer were domineering. The gamer who carried the Ishchenos fortress was equipped with armor. The genius high school student and the fat household appliance gamer. Alright, you guys can do it. The fat household appliance guy could only summon household appliances, but he had a special item in his shop. It turned out to be an exoskeleton armor that he wore on his body. This item was so considerate that it even took into account his big belly. I'm envious of you. Chen Guang stared blankly. Fortunately, there were other gamers who were as pitiful as him. That's right, they were the Celestials who had not made any moves. The first 2 awakenings had nothing to do with the Celestials. Perhaps when they exceeded 200,000 reward points, they would be able to use them. Thank you, Noon. Suddenly, Yu Ting walked over with a strange expression on his face. Didn't you want to self-destruct and kill me? I should have spoiled your plans. Why are you thanking me? Chen Guang crossed his arms and ignored Yu Ting. Yes, but no matter what, you saved my life and the lives of the other Celestials. Chen Guang still had a poker face. But I'm not happy. If I had my way, I'd be more than happy to watch you die. Yu Ting didn't say anything more. He turned and walked away. Lord Yu Ting, why did you thank him? Wethany muttered. Yu Ting used a special channel that only the Celestials could hear. To lower his guard. When he's not paying attention, we can attack. Chen Guang looked at the guy's back and couldn't help but mock him. Did you really think I couldn't hear you? Do you think I'm an idiot? Lord Yu Ting, that Noon stared at us as if he wanted to eat us. No, eat the gods. It's okay. He was touched by my kindness. All players, attention. The 6th mission is about to begin. All players, attention. Suddenly, an electronic notification sounded in everyone's mind. This time, whether it was the celestial race or the human race, everyone's expression became extremely serious. The 5th mission, the mosquitoes, was a pleasant surprise. Nobody dared to belittle this massacre mission. 6th mission hint, jump rope, 100 times. The electronic notification sounded again. The gamers looked at each other. What the heck was that? Jump rope. 100 times. As they were puzzled, a new purchasable item appeared in everyone's system shop with a ding sound. Worn-out jump rope will be destroyed after 100 uses. Gosh, it's for real. Mr. Dang, what's going on? The gamers, who were prepared for battle, were at a loss. Peasant couldn't help but run to Chen Guang's side to ask. The gamers exchanged for the jump rope, but none of them dared to jump. They were worried that something was amiss. Chen Guang said righteously, forget it, I'll give it a try. He wanted to exchange for the jump rope, but he discovered that his pocket was empty. He said without batting an eyelid, Peasant, help me exchange for a jump rope. Peasant didn't know what was going on, but she wouldn't ask about the reward points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. A minute later, as he counted to 100, the skipping rope broke into pieces without any warning. "Mr. Dang, how's it going?" Chen Guang didn't want to tell the gamers. "You might not believe me, but I've completed mission 6. Aw. It's true. How many reward points are there?" 50,000, so many. "Are there any special instructions?" "No." "Then what's going on? How could it be so easy?" "God knows. Don't ask me. Forget it, let the others get to work. It's really just skipping 100 times." 3 minutes later, as the gamers and the Celestials completed their respective missions, the notification of the completion of Mission 6 rang in their minds, but a portion of the gamers didn't hear it. Everyone was puzzled. Suddenly, this group of people and the God race suddenly exploded. The people and the God race, who had been laughing and joking just a moment ago, were suddenly at a loss. What's going on? What's going on? The fat electrician looked bewilderedly at the disappearing corpses of his comrades. Beside him was the ghastly genius high school student. When he was jumping, he stopped twice. The gamers who died had the same situation. The genius high school student gritted his teeth and said coldly. The genius high school student gritted his teeth and said coldly. Chen Guang reacted at the same time, and he broke out in cold sweat. The terrifying massacre world had evolved into a trap in the mission description. If the gamers died because of a disagreement, it would be useless to exchange for more equipment. If the gamers were to die, they would die. Then wouldn't the Celestials, on the normal player's side, although most of them had never jumped rope before, they had at least seen it. Moreover, they were in the mission space, so they didn't dare to be careless. Only a small number of people made mistakes because of one reason or another. However, it was different for the Celestials. They clearly treated it as a game. When they were jumping, most of the Celestials were intermittent and didn't take it seriously. Sure enough, when Chen Guang turned around, Yu Ting and Wethany were looking around with pained expressions. Beside them, many virtual Celestials were exploding like balloons. The tragic death of these virtual Celestials was shocking. It was similar to the Hercules who died in Chen Guang's hands. The fragments of their bodies all turned into a semi-solid liquid that was eventually absorbed by the soil of the Colosseum. The divine power that escaped from these death Celestials was not filtered by him. Chen Guang suddenly had an illusion. Maybe this massacre mission didn't want him to do that kind of thing again. Don't let my chrysanthemum bloom. But I don't even know what the benefits are, okay? Also, what about my reward points? What about the 50,000 reward points? I just got them. How did they suddenly disappear? Who stole them? When I wanted to exchange for the jump rope just now, I didn't have any. Does this mean that my awakened ability is the legendary black hole, specifically sucking away my reward points? But where is it sucking away? Attention all players, Mission 7 is about to begin. The Scourge Army is about to arrive. Please survive the attack of Hellfire. While he was at a loss, the mission prompt sounded again. It seemed that after the giant mosquito formation of Mission 5, the pace of the entire massacre world had suddenly increased. Before the sound of the notification faded away, before everyone and the Protoss could recover from the tragic deaths of their companions, a loud rumbling sound came from the sky. Everyone looked up into the sky. In the sky outside the walls of the Colosseum, giant orange-red meteorites were swooping down. Hellfire. It's time to show my real skills. The beast tamer with the long whip calmed himself down and laughed. He looked at his two companions beside him. Appear. My Misha. The Misha Great Bear that attacks cities. specialized in dismantling hellfire. Chapter 1183. Following the beast tamer's roar, a tunnel with a diameter of more than 6 meters appeared beside him, and a dull roar came from the tunnel. In the next moment, a huge bear jumped out of the tunnel. It was the legendary Misha bear. Misha roared at the sky as it landed. Its roar was deafening, suppressing the sound of the meteorites in the sky and the cheers of the NPC audience in the Colosseum. But the proud look on the beast tamer's face froze after 5 seconds because he realized that although his Misha bear was huge, its shape was not quite right. Chen Guang turned his head and could not bear to look anymore. It was too tragic. How can I tell you that this slaughtering world is usually created based on the old man's memory? You've, the beast tamer, summoned Misha War Bear, so your class must be Druid. Then, your Misha War Bear must be based on the standards of War 3. Whether it was its size, attack type, or appearance, it should be in line with the settings in War 3. Therefore, the 3D model of the legendary War 3 engine appeared in front of everyone. This Misha looked miserable. Its appearance and sound effects were not in the same dimension at all. Its limbs and shoulders looked like pointy polygons. The funniest thing was its head, which was a large trapezoid with 2 conical ears. Chen Guang held back his laughter. He thought that his Dota Tower was much better than War 3. Since there was already a Misha War Bear, there was no reason for the Hellfire from War 3 to appear. Then these Hellfires were most likely not the characteristics of War 3. They should be based on the Dota Tower. He decided to kindly remind them, when the Hellfire lands, everyone pay attention to stand far away, and be sure to completely avoid the circle of this thing when it lands. If I'm not mistaken, when the Hellfire hits the ground, there will be a special effect of dizziness. Also, the Hellfire should not be affected by siege attacks. The beast tamer hurriedly explained, I'm just joking. Chen Guang said, but if anyone has an attack that can eliminate mana loss, you can try it. Well, has anyone played Dota Tower before? It's the kind of scattered mana orb that anti-mage uses in the game. Every time you hit it, it's called mana shave. The female elven archer raised her hand. Me. I have devil-piercing arrows. Chen Guang snapped his fingers twice. Awesome. The hale and hearty old man's team was in an awkward position. What the hell was this mana reduction? We had the Apocalypse tank, and the game versions were different. One was magic, and the other was sci-fi. How were we supposed to fight happily? The Apocalypse tank looked awesome, but if it was hit head-on by a Hellfire meteor, everyone would probably be turned into sky lanterns. Everyone hurriedly got out again, and tens of thousands of reward points were wasted. Not long after, accompanied by a loud bang, the first Hellfire meteor crashed into the Colosseum. He didn't know what material the meteorite was made of. It was about 4 to 5 meters in diameter. Looking at its flying speed, it would at least create a huge crater like a real meteorite when it hit the ground. But in fact, although this thing shook the ground when it hit, it was much lighter than ordinary people thought. It didn't even create a crater. At the moment of landing, there seemed to be a magic circle about 10 meters in diameter flashing. It was unknown if this magic circle had offset the impact. Isn't this Hellfire powerful? Someone in the crowd suddenly said this, and the next moment, the stone that had just hit the ground rolled forward on its own. After rolling for less than a round, the round stone disintegrated on its own, stretched out its limbs, and a giant stone man about 6 meters tall appeared in front of everyone. This stone man was covered in blue-red flames, and people could feel the heat wave even from so far away. Mr. Dang, what kind of stun effect are you talking about? While everyone was watching, someone in the crowd suddenly asked. Chen Guang ignored him and looked back at the meteorites that were falling one after another. This was just the beginning, but there were still countless meteors in the sky. This was too dense. If the magic circle produced when each hellfire landed was so big, then it was impossible for people to completely avoid the coverage of the magic circle. As expected, it didn't take long for the hellfire meteorites to fall from the sky like raindrops. At first, people could still dodge, but as time passed, the meteorites became denser and denser, and finally, there was no way to avoid them. The first person to be covered by the magic circle when the hellfire landed was the electrical appliance fatty. The poor fat guy couldn't run easily with his big belly, so he suddenly staggered and fell to the ground. When he wanted to get up, it was already too late. His whole body was covered by the magic circle, and he screamed in pain inside the magic circle. As the magic array took shape, his screams came to an abrupt end. After another second, in a short interval, he crawled up and shouted. There really is a stun effect. I can't move at all. Before he finished speaking, another meteorite fell not far from him, and the magic circle that appeared on the ground covered him again. This time, the control time of the hellfire meteorite was just perfect. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Save me. Save me. After another second, the electrical appliance fatty screamed in despair, but this was his last call for help. Ever since then, every time a meteorite fell, another one would immediately follow, leaving no space for him at all. The legendary seamless skill. Die from dizziness. However, no one had the time to care about him at this moment. Ordinary players were succumbing one after another, and everyone couldn't even take care of themselves. Only Chen Guang had it a little easier. He relied on his fast movement technique and reaction speed to wander around. However, he didn't dare to step into the range of the magic array. If he was careless and got stunned as well, he'd be finished. At this time, Chen Guang was looking at the Protoss with a gloomy face. Faced with this situation, what else could he say? The giant mosquito circle in Mission 5 was targeted at the Protoss. This was something that everyone realized after a while. But now, this Mission 7 was undoubtedly targeted at the ordinary players, but the bias of the massacre quest was too obvious. The place where the Protoss stayed was like a clear sky. Not a single meteorite approached that side. From the beginning, the meteorites had been on the side of the ordinary players. In addition, Yu Ting and the others were walking around casually. It was strange that no matter where they went, there would be no hellfire meteorites. This scene was very much like a miracle that people often saw. One end of the street was raining cats and dogs, while the other end was clear. Looking at the brazen hellfire meteorites in the sky, Chen Guang shrugged. Can you be any more obvious? On this end, more and more ordinary players were stunned by the hellfire meteorite magic circle. Everyone thought they were dead for sure. Finally, a meteor smashed towards Asenath, who was wearing heavy armor. However, he was in a stunned state and had no way to avoid it. He thought to himself, I'm really dying unjustly. Looking at the big guy coming toward him, this guy's face was ashen. Finally, under the panicked and frightened gazes of the crowd, or under the interested gazes of the god race, the meteorite hit the brawny man's head head-on. Feeling the scorching heat wave on his face, he thought he was dead for sure. Everyone else thought he was dead for sure too. But after a short sound, the meteorite rolled half a circle forward and turned into a stone giant covered in flames. It turned around and waved its stone fist, trying to hit him. If he guessed correctly, this was probably the special attack of Hellfire, Fist of Flames. But it didn't manage to hit it, because the magic circle produced when the next Hellfire meteorite landed had stunned it as well. This stun effect didn't differentiate between friend and foe. The strong man who should have been smashed into a meat patty stood there blankly. Other than his face looking a little flushed from overheating, he was actually unharmed. This scene left everyone at a loss. Only Chen Guang knew that he hadn't guessed wrong. It was indeed the ultimate move of the warlock in the Sword Tower, summoning Hellfire. The skill description of Hellfire was like this: when it smashed down, enemies within the magic circle would be stunned for a second, ignoring magic immunity. But no damage would be done. Even if the body was completely smashed, there wouldn't be any HP loss. The real damage was the fist of flames that came out after the Hellfire landed, and the permanent sacrifice effect brought by the flames on the surface of the Hellfire giant's body. Obviously, the massacre mission forcefully copied the settings in the Sword Tower, even if this setting was hard to understand and unreasonable. But the strong warrior didn't feel proud for long. Although the Hellfire stone man in front of him couldn't swing its fist of flames down because of the constant dizziness, the guy still felt unbearably hot. He was very uncomfortable being roasted by the flames of the eternal sacrifice. Although there was no HP bar on his head, he knew that his physiological functions were constantly declining. The other gamers who were stunned from the start were in a similar situation. As more and more Hellfire stone men stood around them, the heat from the eternal sacrifice became more intense, and they felt more uncomfortable. Other than that, although the rock golem's movements were constantly interrupted, they were slightly more resistant to the stun effect than the players. The Flame Fist's completion rate was advancing bit by bit, and there would always be a moment when their fists would hit someone. According to the settings of the Sword Tower game, the Fist of the Stone Men was extremely powerful, and the gamers wouldn't be able to withstand the blows. Peasant and her companions were in the most difficult situation. They had spent most of their reward points on the rattan armor, but the rattan armor didn't have any resistance against the fire damage. Instead, it caused the damage to increase. In less than 30 seconds, the number of stone golems around the four of them did not exceed 3, but their rattan armors had already begun to ignite with flames. Chen Guang was helpless. He had to save them. He could only take the risk of approaching Peasant and his companions. He wanted to see if he could withstand the dizziness. As he approached, he tried to put half of his foot into the mana formation of the Hellfire stone. Then, he was immobilized. It was indeed a dizziness that disregarded mana resistance. It was unreasonable. The meteorites that fell from the sky seemed to have spirituality. When Chen Guang was immobilized, the meteorites in the sky immediately changed direction and converged in Chen Guang's direction. Within a minute, Chen Guang's surroundings were filled with Hellfire stone men. It was a pity that they were all stone men. Moreover, the temperature around Chen Guang was getting higher. The scorching flames struck his body, causing his stamina to deplete rapidly. What's worse is that at this time, his reward points have been completely emptied to nothing. He can't refine a small pill, or even if he does, he can't put it into his mouth. Muffled groans were heard from afar. The female elf archer couldn't hold on any longer before Chen Guang. The beast tamer's polygonal Misha war bear raised its head angrily, but it was useless. It couldn't even swing its claws, let alone the fact that the special effect of its siege attack was useless. Everyone had yet to recover from the giant mosquito formation in Mission 5, and they had yet to recover from the extremely sinister Mission 6. In the blink of an eye, they had entered an even more dangerous situation. In a few more minutes, no matter how the Hellfire Stone Giant's movements were interrupted, it would still land its fiery fists on them. When that happened, everyone would be surrounded by stone golems. There wouldn't even be a place for them to stand. All the players, including Chen Guang, were thinking that Mission 5 was a test to see if the normal players could save the Protoss. Mission 7 was a test to see if the Protoss could save the normal humans. In the 5th mission, the normal players were a burden, but with the strength of Mr. Dang, it could be said that he had barely passed the mission. But now, could they count on the Protoss? Would they be grateful for Mr. Dang's help? At that moment, those who could still look in the direction of the Protoss couldn't help but look at them. Then, they saw a scene that infuriated them. At this moment, Chen Guang's lungs were about to explode. Not long ago, Yu Ting had come to thank him. Perhaps because he wanted to ease the tension between them, he sat on the ground and looked at the players from time to time. Not only did they not want to help, but they also looked at the players with evil intentions. Yu Ting, you ungrateful Protoss scum. Chen Guang gritted his teeth. If he had known that this would happen, he would have turned around and killed the Mosquito King. While Chen Guang was cursing in his heart, the Pantheon suddenly moved and tried to find out where the normal players were. Then, something unbelievable happened. The extremely biased Killing World had already locked the normal players in place, but as the Protoss moved closer, the Protoss let go of those who were already under its control. The Hellfire spell formation did not apply the stun effect, and the normal players and the Hellfire Stone Giants were freed. The players with fast reflexes or strong defense took the opportunity to escape. Some forcefully endured the flaming fist and turned to run. More than 20 Protoss followed these mortals, protecting them all the way out of the Hellfire Meteorite's range of control. Only a very small number of players died tragically under the flaming fists because of exhaustion, slow speed, or low defense, or simply could not withstand the burning of the eternal sacrifice. But in short, most of the ordinary players were out of danger under the protection of the Protoss, who were almost one-on-one. Seeing this, Chen Guang felt a little relieved and gave Yu Ting a look of approval. Yu Ting met his gaze and smiled meaningfully. About 5 or 6 minutes later, Chen Guang could no longer see the outside world. He was surrounded by red Hellfire Stone Giants. Meteors continued to fall from the sky, filling up every inch of space around him. Chen Guang was confused. He looked up at the sky and realized that the Hellfire meteorites were flying in a straight line. Other than around him, the meteorites had completely avoided the other areas of the Colosseum. Chen Guang finally understood Yu Ting's plot. He was using the advantage of the hidden rules of the 7th mission to have the Protoss spread throughout the Colosseum. On one hand, it was to protect the other normal players and reduce casualties. After all, there were still 2 more missions. On the other hand, the more the Protoss spread out, the more Hellfire meteorites would fall on him. Chen Guang cursed in his heart. This ingrate wanted to control him seamlessly until he died. After a while, peasants' shout came from outside. "Mr. Dang, be careful. We are being controlled by the Protoss. They want to kill you." As expected. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't speak, Chen Guang really wanted to greet Yu Ting with vulgarities. "I'm your grandpa NPC, I'm your protector, and this is how you repay me." The massacre world was really messing with him. They made it seem like he had to save Yu Ting and the other Protoss gods, yet they were so hostile towards him. How could they do this to him? Perhaps if he died, the Protoss would not be able to complete the massacre mission. However, they would only lose a projection, while he would die. Hence, they were in an invincible position. What should he do now? Wait for death. Chen Guang tried to use the true martial divine skill, but it was to no avail. He tried to use the Earth Burner's innate ability, but it was to no avail. The stun effect that ignored mana immunity was just that powerful. Not long after, the first stone golem's fist landed on Chen Guang's face. However, due to the stun effect, the fiery fist was not heavy. Chen Guang was not sent flying, but half of his body was stuck to the fist. Fine, I might as well be sent flying, Chen Guang thought. What fiery fist? Isn't this a frying pan for pancakes? Did I take a punch, or am I being tortured by the enhanced version of eternal sacrifice? When will this matter come to an end? Chen Guang looked up at the sky. The dense string of Hellfire meteorites was endless. Only God knew how long it would take. Dang Wu, I'm sorry. Yuting's voice finally came from outside. He did not sound proud, but rather ashamed. Chen Guang felt that he was hypocritical and pretentious. As the protective aura decreased, half of his body became hotter and hotter. Am I really going to die here? Chen Guang didn't believe it. First of all, this was the World Cup. There was no reason he would be burned alive so easily. Secondly, even if he was burned to death, the World Cup could at least give him a chance to revive, right? Moreover, although the Force Stun could freeze the talent ability of the Earth-Paste Exploder, it could not burn the talent ability away. Hellfire was an elemental creature composed of earth and fire elements. Although its level was not low, it was still far from the God Emperor level Earth Burner. Chen Guang complained to himself. I'm not afraid of death, but cooking one side is annoying. Just as he was complaining, another fist finally landed on his back from behind. Good, now both sides are at the same temperature. I'm cooked. Chen Guang felt that after the 7th mission was over, he could only vent the hatred in his heart by frying Yuting alive. However, after the incident at the giant mosquito formation, he felt that he could not kill Yuting personally. It was best to think of a way to let the gods die at the hands of the magical beasts. However, it was difficult to do that. It's so hot. I can smell the burnt smell in my nose. Forget it, maybe my nose is burnt. Fortunately, the stone golems are densely packed, so no one can see my terrible state. He secretly rejoiced. However, someone didn't think so. Peasant, who was being held by Wethany intimately, touched her eyelashes without batting an eyelash. Just now, she estimated that she would not be able to capture what was inside, so she turned her face elsewhere. She tried to communicate with the others with her eyes to think of a way to save Mr. Dang. However, a side mission notification appeared in her mind. It required her to maintain her filming state to repay the huge reward points loan. This might even affect her reward points credit record. What the heck is credit record? I'm buying an hourglass, not a house with a mortgage. Chapter 1184. That was why Chen Guang thought he wasn't seen, but everything that happened to him was captured by Peasant's eyelash camera. Lord Yuting, are we really not going to save him? In the center of the Protoss camp, Vesini turned her head and asked Divine Emperor Yuting, who was beside her, as if the matter had nothing to do with her. Yuting nodded expressionlessly. It's enough to save the mortals. As for him, I hope he dies quickly. If he dies, will our mission be over? Will it be that easy? Wethany asked again. Yuting grinned. He couldn't help but recall his time in the Endless Divinity. Originally, he was traveling in the lower realm that he had personally created to comprehend the true meaning of the gods and catch up to the footsteps of his friend who had already passed away. However, he suddenly felt an irresistible will ordering him to participate in this so-called game. In this game, he had to do everything he could to stop an existence from achieving his goal. Of course, the best outcome would be to completely kill him in this game world. This will came too suddenly and violently. Even a divine emperor like him couldn't defend against it. It came without a sound, and it was even stronger than the will of a divine god. Then, this will transmitted more consciousness to him. It told him that it represented the source of the endless divinity. The task he was leading the advance party to protect the stability of the endless divinity. The gods had to fight against the most vicious devil in the history of the endless divinity. It was more sinister and terrifying than the devil that caused the death of 2 divine gods and the collapse of the divine world. This represented the will of the endless divinity. Yuting couldn't resist it, so he retracted his will and prepared for battle. At first, he was worried that things would be too complicated. He did not expect that the big boss would expose himself so openly in front of him. It was a pity that all the gods in the advance party were suppressed. He was the only one who could use his divine power, but he was still no match for the big boss. He thought this was a simple test. He didn't expect such a good opportunity to appear in the 9 massacre missions. Even if they could only kill him once, at least they could understand how he died, how he resurrected, and what the truth of the gods' game was. Yu Ting was silent. He continued to stare in the direction where Chen Guang was surrounded. Although his eyes couldn't see through the Hellfire Stone Golem's wrapping, he could sense that the life force inside was weakening. Would Dangwu really die? Yu Ting even had the illusion that things would be so easy. There was a strong feeling of unreality in his heart. The Essence Will of the Endless God Realm had personally issued an order, and it was likely that all of the gods in the God Realm would be required to participate in this battle. And yet, the opponent was so weak. This was truly inconceivable. Tell everyone to be careful. Although these so-called Hellfire Elemental Giants aren't high level, we're still very weak. Although the rules favor us and we can avoid the stun effect, the power of this fiery fist isn't to be underestimated. Yu Ting and Wethany gave their orders and leaped to the side, just in time to dodge a Hellfire Giant's fist. The scarlet-green flame drifted to his body, burning a hole in his novice combat uniform. Yu Ting's entire body flickered with electricity as he changed into a set of pure white thunder armor. He was probably a perfectionist. In other parts of the Colosseum, the normal players were on full alert as they ran for their lives, not giving the few Hellfire Golems any chance to even touch the corner of their clothes. But if they got a little closer, the burning sensation from the eternal sacrifice effect would be unbearable. Misha, the war bear that was known for its thick skin and strong enough to attack cities, was roaring in pain as it slapped a Hellfire Stone Golem to death. The two of them struck one after another, but Misha Warbear's paw could only scratch off some stone dregs on the Hellfire Stone Giant's body, but Hellfire's raging flame fist left a scar on Misha Warbear's body. The beast tamer's left hand flashed with a green light, and a wave of healing was cast on Misha's body. He waved his whip with his right hand, but it was useless against the Hellfire. Although he couldn't kill the Hellfire he was facing in a short period of time, he at least managed to stall one. On the other hand, the magic archer's performance was particularly eye-catching. Dark blue magic arrows flew out from the elven bow in her hands, nailing into the body of the Hellfire that was chasing after her relentlessly. Each arrow was about the length of an arm. After nailing into the Hellfire's body, they didn't dissipate as quickly as the magic arrows from before. Instead, a spiderweb-like blue crack spread outwards from the point of impact. Wherever these cracks passed, green smoke rose, and the surface of the cracks shone like a galaxy. The crack that spread out from each arrow had to cover an area of at least a meter in diameter before it would slowly heal, and the magic arrows that nailed into the Hellfire's body would dissipate like stardust. This was the special effect of the magic archer's devil-piercing arrow. Its effect was similar to the mana dissipation effect used in the Sword Tower, perhaps even better. After shooting 3 arrows in a row, the magic archer turned around and ran in another direction. A cold shout came from behind her. "Mortal, I've said it before. You can't stray too far from me. Otherwise, I'll kill you." The archer's footsteps paused helplessly, then she changed direction. Previously, she was actually heading straight for the center of the Colosseum, but unfortunately, she was discovered. The number of Hellfires on the periphery was decreasing, and no one knew what kind of mysterious attraction Mr. Donkey had towards the Hellfire, or if the scattered Protoss had an inexplicable repulsive force towards the Hellfire. They had even figured out the range of their repulsive force towards the Hellfire, and through exquisite positioning, they continuously compressed the space in which the Hellfire could move. In the end, there was only one result, and that was to converge towards the center. With their lives on the line, everyone wanted to help Chen Guang, but they couldn't. All they could do was think of ways to intercept one or two hellfires, and see if they could relieve the pressure on Mr. Donkey. Everyone knew that Donkey wasn't dead yet. As long as the system notification hadn't come, then Donkey was definitely still alive. The Protoss won't let us help him, and the countless hellfires there have already turned into a sea of fire. There's nothing we can do even if we go. In that case, we can at least try to do something within our own limits, right? Even if we can only restrain one hellfire, it should at least be a drop in the bucket, right? The Protoss felt that these people's actions were laughable. Right now, there were at least 1,000 hellfires in the Colosseum, and most of them were surrounding Donkey. So what if you can restrain 20 or 30 of them? Can you change Donkey's situation? Your actions are meaningless. Lord Yuting, it looks like we can let these mortals go, right? They can't do anything to these hellfires at all, so we might as well let them die. A Protoss in the distance asked in a clear voice. He didn't understand why Yuting wanted to protect these mortals. Although they had heard that it was the leader of the mortals, Donkey, who had saved them during the previous mission to deal with the mosquitoes, not many Protoss were truly grateful. First of all, they weren't here with their real bodies, but projections. Although death was a heavy loss, it wasn't unacceptable. Comparing the two, they felt that the dignity of the Protoss was more important. In addition, it was natural for mortals to sacrifice themselves for the Protoss, but there was no need for the Protoss to thank them. It was the same logic as how mortals would never say thank you to pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks, or fish. I've said it before. My decision is final, and no one is allowed to question it. Yuting only coldly replied him with one sentence. In the 5th mission, if we weren't mortals, our projections would have died a long time ago. It's the same now. Donkey might not die, and in the final 8 and 9 missions, we might not be able to escape unscathed. Just like this time's hellfire, the killing side of the mission is very obvious. The mosquitoes also caused us to lose half of our members, but the ordinary players are all safe and sound. This isn't a mission that can be dealt with purely based on strength. Perhaps we have to make use of all the conditions that we can in order to meet the requirements of the mission. Lord Yuting doesn't want the tragedy of the 5th mission to happen again. The gods, who were listening attentively, nodded. As Yuting's mouthpiece, Wethany explained things very clearly. Yuting finally added, perhaps, this will be a long and drawn-out war. We should cherish our projection and keep it. Then, as the advance party, we'll be able to establish a foundation in this game. This is our mission. The will of the God realm has chosen us. If we fail completely, our true bodies might be abandoned by the will of the God realm. The gods were instantly speechless. Yuting had spoken the deepest worry in everyone's hearts. When they sensed this mission, none of the gods, including Yuting, had the right to reject it. Once the time was up, they were forcefully sent in. If it was just losing a projection, it would be acceptable. But if they were abandoned by the will of the God realm, what awaited their true bodies was unimaginable. You bastards! I don't care what reason you have. I'll definitely go and help you. Just then, a roar came from not far from the center of the Colosseum. It was the muscular man with the shield, Asenath, who had lost control. He ignored the threat of the god beside him, raised his giant shield, and charged forward. As he charged, his giant shield flashed, and a 2-meter-tall, green-faced, fanged orc head appeared. It was a pity that Chen Guang could not see it, or he would have given the orc head a fright. It was the head of the legendary orc warrior, Hellscream Grom. The muscular man did not care about the god chasing after him, charging forward in a straight line. The head of Grom roared and crashed into the hellfire in front of him. Although it did not cause any actual damage to the hellfire, it easily knocked it away. Stop him. Take him under control. Stop playing around. Yu Ting furrowed his brows and urged. The black-haired god behind the muscular man suddenly sped up, pouncing behind the muscular man like a ghost. But the muscular man suddenly turned around, his lightsaber slashing horizontally as he shouted, "Eat my heroic strike. Heroic strike. You're making me laugh." The black-haired god, who was known for his speed, tilted his body slightly and aimed for the warrior's neck with his 5 fingers. Unexpectedly, the brawny man roared fiercely, "Bastard grandson gave birth to sons without assholes." The black-haired Protoss knew that he was cursing, but he didn't take it seriously. Just as he was about to grab him by the neck, he suddenly lost control of his arm. Even his mood was affected, and all he wanted to do was punch him hard. With a loud bang, the black-haired god's fist landed on the muscular man's chest. The muscular man staggered, but he used the force of the god's punch to turn and run. A veteran player of World of Warcraft would have recognized that the warrior had used another skill called Taunt. But this time, before he could even take 2 steps, the enraged black-haired Protoss caught up to him. The black-haired Protoss slapped him hard on the back of the head, causing him to fall to the ground. Then, the Protoss dragged him back before he could be hit by Hellfire's flame fist. He had no choice, as his skills were all on cooldown. "Peasant, what should we do?" The magical archer lost count of the number of arrows she had shot. Finally, she destroyed the Hellfire in front of her. She was exhausted, and her body was unable to withstand the continuous shooting of devil-piercing arrows. She turned her head and asked Peasant, who was staring intently at the center of the Colosseum. Peasant's mind raced, but he couldn't do anything. I don't know." She had no good solution. Her time manipulation ability was useless in such a situation. Even if she could escape the control of the gods temporarily, it was meaningless. She couldn't rush in and help. At this moment, Guang knew that he couldn't rely on anyone else. Furthermore, he was a little hungry right now. Unknowingly, he was cooked. But he wasn't dead yet. When the damage was accumulated to a certain extent, the Earth Miner's regeneration endowment was fully activated. He was able to withstand the burning of the flaming fist and eternal sacrifice when he became a pancake. It was just that this feeling was too unbearable. It would be better to just die. Just as he was at his wit's end, he felt his body lighten. He lifted his head and saw that there was no longer a meteor shower in the sky. All the hellfire had descended. This was bad news, as it meant that all of the opponents had arrived. But it was also good news, as it meant that the stun effect was over. Just as he was showing off, he suddenly felt that this piece of cooked meat was being squeezed in from all directions. He was no longer in the stun effect, and so were the hellfire around him. There were at least 5 hellfires that had been pressing their fists against his body. Now that the dizziness effect had been completely lifted, the 5 hellfires that were charging at the very front erupted with their terrifying strength. There was a crisp sizzling sound. The pitiful Guang was being squeezed into minced meat. The Earth Miner's elemental core was exposed. The strongest hellfire fists were at the front, and their stone fists were the first to strike the Earth Miner's elemental core. Chapter 1185. Yu Ting, who had been looking inside with anticipation, suddenly changed his expression, revealing a look of incomparable astonishment. His face was full of disbelief. "Lord Yu Ting, what's wrong?" Vesini asked doubtfully from a short distance away. Yu Ting shook his head. "It's strange, very strange." "Strange?" Vesani didn't understand what Yu Ting meant. Yu Ting pressed his right hand down. "You'll know the answer soon enough." As soon as Yu Ting finished speaking, the Colosseum shook violently. A formless shockwave surged out from within, sweeping through the minds of all the Protoss present. The mortals didn't know what was happening, but the Protoss felt it very clearly. Visani was the first to cry out. An elemental creature. How can there be such a powerful elemental creature? This doesn't make sense. I've been to the Nilgard Highlands, the home of the wind elemental creatures. I've also been to the Fidden Abyss, the home of the fire elemental creatures. I've also been to the Aesli Swamp, the holy land of the earth elemental creatures, but I've never seen such pure elemental power. This is a god emperor elemental creature. A god race member who wasn't very tall couldn't help but shout out. The other gods looked at him, knowing that he wasn't joking. Perhaps this god wasn't as strong as Yuting, but he was a famous wandering god in the endless realm of the gods. He never stayed in one place, always wandering. His dream was to travel to every corner of the endless realm of the gods. Of course, according to his own words, this was a dream that could not be fulfilled. If he hadn't seen a god emperor elemental creature, it was impossible for the others to. Lord Yuting, isn't the biggest difference between elemental creatures and us because their divinity is flawed and they can never reach the god emperor level? Visani asked. Yuting shook his head. We can't imagine how vast the endless realm of the gods is. Even the overgods don't dare say they know all of its secrets. It's not impossible for a god emperor elemental creature to appear. We just don't know about it. What's more, we're facing a situation that even the origin will of the divine realm is very concerned about. He's our greatest enemy in this game, as well as our ultimate test. I'm surprised that this has happened, but I think it's only natural. Ordinary players could not understand what the Protoss were saying. The Protoss used the celestial language that only the gods could understand. But everyone knew that something unimaginable must have happened inside. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the man who was surrounded by countless hellfire. Well, to be precise, he had turned into a man. However, he was trying to figure out the Protoss words. Don't ask him why he could understand it. He didn't know either. This was probably a function that came with becoming a god emperor level elemental creature. However, it was also possible that he had mastered too many languages in the Language Master Cup and was very good at communication. After becoming the strongest god of shady transactions, he came with the function of simultaneous translation. Of course, it was also possible that the spherical idol representing the Language Master in the Cloud City Cup itself represented the calculation of the Protoss language. As Chen Guang comfortably absorbed the fire and earth elemental energy from the hellfire in front of him, he pondered. From what they said, it seemed that elemental creatures could not reach the God Emperor level. Such a simple principle should be common knowledge in the divine realm, just like how the earth is round and the earth revolves around the sun. But it didn't work for me from the start. Am I too awesome? Or is the heavenly holy grail too awesome? Why didn't Lori look surprised at all? Could it be that this Yuting is too ignorant and doesn't know what's good for him? Lori's father is a god of chaos. As the legendary second generation of the gods, she knows more secrets. Forget it, that's not important anymore. What's important is that I should quickly absorb the hellfire. Chen Guang took a deep breath. All right, he couldn't breathe either. His physical body had already been burned away, leaving only his elemental core. He might as well transform into the legendary cleaning robot that had the effect of a vacuum cleaner and start absorbing the hellfire madly. The hellfire, which had been astonishingly powerful just a moment ago, had now become a soft little sheep that knelt on the ground powerlessly. The flame surrounding its body quickly dimmed, and the magma-like liquid on the surface of its body quickly solidified and turned to ash. The natural elemental counter made the hellfire's arrogance become a dream. Perhaps, compared to ordinary elemental creatures, the hellfire's level was not considered low. It even had special skills such as permanent sacrifice, flaming fist, and a certain degree of automatic health recovery. However, in the face of the Earth Exploder's level suppression, the combination of the fire and earth elemental energy made it unable to resist at all. The earth elemental energy was directly absorbed by Qin Guang, while the fire elemental energy was scattered and completely restored to its most basic form. The hellfire half knelt on the ground and felt the strength in its body rapidly being sucked out. Its joints were quickly solidifying, and it roared in despair. It was unknown whether it felt fear or not. However, it soon relaxed a little, because the other Hellfire's fist was also placed on Qin Guang's elemental ball. The Hellfire duo had appeared. Then came the trio, the 4 heavenly kings, and the 5 golden flowers. They knelt in a circle around Qin Guang. The Hellfire behind looked at its comrade in confusion, not knowing what was happening. It curiously placed its flaming fist on its comrade kneeling in front of it. Then, it also fell into a state of stiffness, as if it was stuck to a high-voltage electric current. It was similar to how Shuzhu, who cultivated the Dark North divine art, would inexplicably lose control and suck in countless experts at the same time. More and more Hellfires were pushed forward by the rules of the slaughtering world. As for the second circle of Hellfires around Qin Guang, they also did not know what was going on with their comrade in front of them. Although they were powerful, they lacked intelligence. They could only rely on their instincts to move, and at the same time, they were also restricted by the rules. Not long after, at least a few hundred Hellfires around Qin Guang joined together and knelt down. Then, more and more of them spread out like a wave. Under the shocked gazes of all the Protoss players and the confused gazes of all the ordinary players, the arrogant Hellfire knelt down in a neat row. They no longer had the power they had before. Instead, they looked like a pile of smoking rocks after a volcanic eruption. We can't continue like this. Yuting suddenly changed his mind. Everyone, attack and kill the Hellfire. Yuting shouted loudly. The gods didn't obstruct the ordinary players around them. Instead, they charged towards the innermost circle. It was obvious that the God Emperor-level elemental creature that Dang Wu had transformed into possessed a unique advantage in rank suppression. If he wasn't stopped, all of the Hellfire would become his nourishment. The gods gathered in the center circle from all directions and used their divine powers. The Hellfire, which had lost its ability to resist due to the Dark North divine skill of the Earthworm Exploder, couldn't withstand the attacks coming from behind. Even the delicate Wethany glowed as she jumped onto the back of the Hellfire and stomped heavily. The ordinary gamers wanted to charge in and steal the Hellfire. However, after the gods left, the scattered Hellfire that surrounded them charged at them again. The gamers had no choice but to fight. At the same time, they looked at the center circle, envious of the gods who were killing the Hellfire like they were chopping vegetables. Peasant dodged nimbly while being chased by a Hellfire. Her gaze never left the center circle. She felt that the Hellfire in front of her was moving very slowly, as though it was restricted by the rules. It looked like it was immersed in a swamp. How was Mr. Dangwu doing? As a cameraman, it felt terrible not being able to see his own footage. On the other hand, Qin Guang, who was in the Hellfire, was happily enjoying his meal and thinking about how many benefits he could obtain with his innate ability. However, he saw that the Protoss had actually come to steal the kill. He was furious. When the old man was in trouble, the gods watched from the sidelines. Now that the old man was about to make a fortune, the gods came to cause trouble. Why were the gods getting more and more annoyed? Qin Guang had an idea. He temporarily stopped using the Earthworm Exploder's natural ability. Hellfire, who had already lost the ability to resist, was suddenly freed. He turned around and faced the Protoss, who was chopping melons and vegetables, and used Old Fist to serve him. Yuting and the other gods were caught off guard. The stronger ones dodged in time, but the weaker ones were hit by the fiery fist. They screamed in pain and flew backward, their bodies emitting flames. A woman in a white robe rushed out of the Protoss camp and used all kinds of great light healing magic on her comrade who was on the ground. When the gods were mostly driven away, Chen Guang activated his natural ability again and continued to suck the hellfire to his heart's content. He wasn't in a hurry to recover his body. First, he was surrounded by hellfire. God knew how many eternal sacrifice effects there were around him. His body would probably be roasted the moment he came out. Second, he realized that the earthworm exploder's natural ability was best to use the elemental core and hellfire. After a while, the deities charged at him again with unwillingness in their hearts. Chen Guang used the same trick again. Unfortunately, he couldn't speak now. Otherwise, he would have scolded the gods for overestimating themselves. You guys should just watch the show properly. Don't come and make trouble for me, okay? Time flew. Half an hour had passed. At this time, in the center of the Colosseum, hundreds of hellfire were piled up. These stone golems had already turned back into round stones. They were smoking and lifeless. Even so, when the gods approached and tried to kill them, these stones would instantly turn back into stone golems. There was even a relatively weak god who couldn't retreat in time because he was too headstrong. He was surrounded by countless hellfire and killed. Of course, Yu Ting knew that Dang Wu was behind this, but he wasn't in any position to blame him. Both sides were in a delicate balance. At the beginning, when Dang Wu seemed to be in danger, the gods were also eager for him to die. When the 7th mission was over, he would be thanking the heavens if he didn't attack the gods first. Finally, with a roar, all the stone golems exploded at the same time. An endless cloud of dust rose into the sky. Then, it quickly turned into ions and dissipated in the void. Dang Wu's figure gradually appeared. He floated out of the dust, wearing a rock-like armor. Chen Guang broke out in a cold sweat. He was too immersed in the pleasure of showing off. He forgot about his clothes and almost flew out. Fortunately, he realized something was wrong halfway through. He immediately used the extra earth elemental energy to form this armor. It looked a bit ugly, but it was just enough to cover his embarrassment. Yu Ting, I'm warning you. This is your last chance. If there's a next time, don't blame me for attacking first. Chen Guang looked down at Yu Ting coldly. He was extremely unhappy. This guy's white thunder armor looked better than mine. Yu Ting pretended to be confused. I don't understand what you mean. It doesn't matter if you understand it or not. As long as everyone knows it. Chen Guang snorted and floated away. Chapter 1186. After Chen Guang was done, the other scattered infernals in the Colosseum didn't last long either. In this Quest 7, although the Protoss had the advantage of the rules, they didn't really benefit from it. From the beginning, they only used the rules to force the infernals to gather towards Chen Guang. They didn't take the initiative to attack the infernals. Later, when they saw that the situation wasn't looking good, they tried to steal the kill. However, they were targeted by Chen Guang a few times. They didn't even get 2 bites of the meat, but instead, they lost another general. They tried to lure 2 monsters out, but the infernal fire in the center of the Colosseum was too concentrated. Either these stone people lost all their resistance and lay limply on the ground, or they got up to fight back, and several of them would attack at the same time. In the end, when they realized that they couldn't do anything, they turned their attention to the scattered hellfires outside. However, it was already too late. The rest of the hellfires had long since died at the hands of the ordinary players, and the remaining dozen or so were surrounded and attacked by the ordinary players in 2s and 3s. When they realized that Mr. Noon wasn't in a bad situation and had another way to suppress the infernals, the ordinary players weren't anxious anymore. They cooperated with each other to kill the monsters, and their efficiency increased to another level. The Protoss had two choices in front of them. They could either steal the infernals that the ordinary players were halfway through killing, or they could only watch as the last of the infernals were killed. In the end, after considering all aspects, Yuting decided to let the Protoss stop. The Protoss said that they didn't want to touch the infernals that were halfway through killing the ordinary players. They were the noble Protoss, and they couldn't do such a shameful thing. However, in reality, Yuting had other considerations. It was obvious that in this Quest 7, Noon's strength would be greatly increased. Even if it didn't change, they wouldn't be able to provoke Noon's anger. If he changed his mind and decided to settle the score with the Protoss, the losses that the Protoss would face would be immeasurable. It was obvious that as the advance party, the idea of killing the big boss, Noon, in their first mission was just an impossible dream. Therefore, the problem in front of Yuting was once again back to square one. He had to do his best to help the advance team retain more effective forces and complete the mission of the Protoss advance team. In this mysterious mission world, in this so-called game that was not just a game, they had to build a bridgehead that belonged to the Protoss race. Now, they had to restrain their behavior. In short, they had to admit defeat. As a result, in Mission 7, which clearly had the upper hand in terms of rules, the Protoss had practically come up empty-handed. Although the normal players were struggling to survive, they were more proactive and managed to steal quite a few Hellfire kills. However, Yuting's concession was indeed forgiven by Chen Guang. Otherwise, Chen Guang wouldn't have just left a few harsh words. Peasant stomped heavily on the neck of the Dark Hades golem, who had been tortured to the point where he didn't emit any heat. The huge stone golem exploded. Congratulations to the gamers for completing Mission 7. The reward points will be automatically distributed according to the gamer's mission contribution. With the sound of the notification, the sound of winning a prize from the slot machine was heard in the reward point shop of the gamers. The gamers counted their reward points in the reward point shop and were shocked. The reward points of the Hades Golem were more generous than they had imagined. It was as high as 10,000 points per kill. The Shield Warrior of Azeroth and the Elven Magical Archer who killed more than 7 Hades Golems were overjoyed. Though the other gamers had fewer kills, each of them had more than 4 Hades Golems. However, when they accidentally looked at the man who had changed into a suit of yellow armor, they felt as though the men were speechless and the women were crying. Everyone had worked hard to obtain these few kills. They didn't know what Mr. Adam had done. He had nearly 1,000 Hades Golems' heads in his hands. He was going to be rich. The gamers looked at Chen Guang as though he was a pauper looking at a rich man. They were envious, jealous, and hateful. Chen Guang gave them goosebumps. However, he didn't want to tell them that he wasn't as rich as they thought. He was actually quite pitiful. Although the total amount of reward points that I earned instantly shot up to 10 million, probably because the reward point store recognized my purchasing power, it immediately gave me a dazzling list of items to buy in the store system, but I could only look at it, I couldn't afford it. What an awakened ability. Nearly 10 million points were gone just like that. How much was he sucking? Fortunately, the Hellfire provided a lot of nutrients for my Earth Paste Exploder ability, so I didn't need to use my reward points to buy anything, nor did I need to awaken my ability to become stronger. Otherwise, my advantage would be gone. Forget it. I couldn't let anyone find out my weakness. I had to maintain the demeanor of an expert. Looking at the gamers using their points to change their equipment, Chen Guang forced himself to be calm. However, he was really envious. The old geezer's team took out the Apocalypse tank. It seemed like they had installed a light prism cannon on the tank and some sort of multidimensional combat system. The genius high school student and the electrical appliance fatty were even more overboard. God knows how they came up with an individual combat mecha. I didn't know how strong their armor was, but it looked quite scary. Rice cooker armor, water dispenser leg armor, washing machine chest plate. In short, this was a strange and magical single-soldier combat mech that made people speechless. However, with the super-strong mosquito swatter and electric mosquito killer that the household appliance fatty had previously made, no one would look down on their strange armor. God knows if their rice cooker armor had the function of an AI battle command center, if the water dispenser armor had the anti-gravity jet acceleration function, or if the washing machine chest plate had the ability to absorb energy. The warrior, sorcerer, and beast tamer's equipment was not inferior. In addition to the fireball magician, the other two were still far from the threshold of 200,000 reward points. In order to exchange for real-time combat power in the next mission 8 and 9, they simply spent all their reward points. Only the magician was not too far away from the third awakening. There was a great possibility that he would reach 200,000 reward points after the end of mission 8, so he simply kept it as their ultimate move. Obviously, the warrior's equipment was not strictly determined according to the division in World of Warcraft. At this time, he had already changed into a shining armor. His left hand was still holding Azinatha's rampart, but his right hand was holding a long sword that Chen Guang was very familiar with. It was the legendary Wrath of the Windseeker. As for the beast tamer, Misha was no longer beside him. Instead, it was replaced by a magic storm raptor that was the same size as him. Then, a longbow appeared in his hand. It was the legendary Wrath of the Stars of Solidar. As for the original Sonda coach team without a leader, it did not seem that there was much change. They seemed to lack someone to make decisions. They did not know if it was better to use their reward points to exchange for real-time combat power, or to save them for the third awakening. Because of the Sonda coach, they could not ask Chen Guang for advice. Since they were on the opposite side of Dang Noon from the beginning, and when he killed the Sonda coach, the card magician and the others could not so quickly put down their pride and take the initiative to ask for peace with Dang Noon. In addition, Dang Noon's attitude so far was not so friendly, and they did not have the confidence to continue to get help from him. No one knew what Task 8 would be like. They did not have the confidence to pass it, but they were reluctant to give up the third awakening that seemed not too far away. However, the death of the Sonda coach made the alliance between their teams very fragile. No one was willing to stand up and take the initiative to sacrifice their reward points at this time because it meant that if they got more than 100,000 reward points in the next Task 8, the third awakening that was originally at their fingertips would become out of reach because of a fine line. In the absence of a person with enough prestige to take the lead, no one would be willing to sacrifice for others and place their hope of survival on others being willing to do their best to protect themselves after the third awakening. There were basically no real weak people who could appear in this slaughtering world. Even if there were, more than half of the people had been eliminated from Task 1 to the current Task 7, and the weak people had now been reset. As the saying goes, one is marked by the company one keeps, and one is blackened by the company one keeps. The card magician and the others chose to follow the Sonda coach may not be so pure. Perhaps they were also taking advantage of the Sonda coach's enthusiasm to lead the team. On the surface, the Sonda coach was the leader, but in fact, each had their own ulterior motives and secretly preserved their strength. Now that their leader was gone, they were unwilling to join someone else's stable team and continue to live under someone else's roof. At this time, whether it was cooperation or mutual trust, they had reached a very stable state. It would be difficult for others to integrate, and they might even be used as cannon fodder. No one was a fool, and no one was willing to be cannon fodder. So even if the remaining people in the Sonda coach's team were suspicious of each other, they still chose to maintain their small team in such an awkward way. At this time, Chen Guang was afraid that others would ask him how he planned to spend the reward points, so he deliberately pretended to be unapproachable. After the end of Task 7, he sat cross-legged in the corner without saying a word and pretended to be deep in thought. Of course, his mind was not idle. Until now, he was still constantly trying to figure out the true meaning of this killing task. As the progress of the task progressed little by little, Chen Guang also gradually understood the true meaning of the killing task from the beginning to a touch of darkness. It was obvious that this wasn't an independent existence of the world in a cup. This was probably the beginning of a change. Though he wasn't sure what was happening, it was likely that his world in a cup would change from a single-player game to a legendary large-scale online RPG game. Chen Guang speculated that it was likely to be related to the merging of the real world and the real world. Perhaps during the merging process, an unexpected tunnel was opened between the heavenly world and the 3,000 worlds in the heavenly Holy Grail. That was why Yu Ting and the other celestials were projected into his world in a cup. At the same time, a tunnel also appeared between the real world and the world in a cup, causing Peasant and the other mortals to be dragged into the world in a cup. It was precisely because of the emergence of these Protoss and human players that the world in a cup changed its original characteristics. From a rather random quest that only targeted itself, it began to evolve into a complete large-scale game system that was richer in layers and frameworks. In this game system, the merchant shop system was very important. The reward points were the various benefits that the gamers obtained from killing monsters or completing missions. They represented the core elements of the evolution of the gamer's abilities. In addition, the existence of the quest system was to give players the simplest hints so that they wouldn't be confused and wouldn't know what situation they were facing. The illustrated handbook was to provide further hints to the gamers during the mission process. It was also to help the new gamers understand the game. The ability enhancement in the merchant shop system, which was the awakened ability, was similar to the skill tree in normal online games. Perhaps because this was the first time the world in a cup developed a large-scale online game function, the awakened ability was set up in a myriad of strange ways. It was very discordant and unsystematic. It wasn't like the traditional online games, where the professions such as warrior, mage, priest, sacred knight, bandit, and warlock had a clear division of labor. Perhaps it was based on the characteristics of the gamers in the real world, and the awakened ability was specifically developed and enhanced. The randomly set ability enhancement made it difficult to quantify the skill tree of the gamers. For example, Peasant's Hourglass of Time was like a bug, but it wasn't very effective in actual combat. The electrical appliance Fat Man's strange ability to summon electrical appliances was very practical, and he had the upper hand in the early stages. The gamers who could tank the sniper rifle were even more ridiculous. It was unreasonable to summon the Apocalypse tank, but it was useless against the Hellfire tank. Such a game developer would definitely be ridiculed to death by players in real life if it was a game developer like this. As for the skill tree of the celestial gamers, Chen Guang wasn't able to find any clues. Perhaps it had something to do with the abilities of the celestials in the boundless realm. For example, Yu Ting must be thinking of a way to develop his power of thunder. Due to the high starting point of the Protoss race, it was much more difficult for them to awaken their abilities than ordinary players. However, once they accumulated enough reward points and pressed the button to strengthen their abilities, the effect would be terrifying. Besides, the distribution of rewards for killing monsters wasn't much different from normal online games. The rewards would be calculated based on the last slash, and 70% of the players would receive the last slash. Otherwise, the rewards would be distributed based on the contribution points of a single mission. It wasn't difficult to understand. Why was his awakened ability so ridiculous? Why did the celestial power of the Celestials burst out of his anus after the empowerment? What role did he have to play in this game mission? Also, why did the Celestials say that this game was related to the survival of the entire heavenly world? Why were they so hostile toward him from the start? What was his main plot mission? Was his true faction the Celestials or the human faction? If he led the human faction to obtain more contribution points, would it mean the victory of the human faction? What benefits would there be? If the Celestials obtained more contribution points, what benefits would it bring to the Celestials? What harm would it bring to himself? Until now, Chen Guang was clueless about these questions. He was only sure that he couldn't lose. He had to think of a way to survive. Chapter 1187. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, a sudden change occurred in the colossal Colosseum. An inexplicable white fog appeared out of thin air beneath everyone's feet. Before anyone could even scream, their entire bodies were shrouded in the thick fog. Chen Guang was puzzled. It seemed like Mission 8 was coming. Why wasn't there any notification? Wasn't the fog a little too strong? Even I can't see a thing. He tried to concentrate his inner strength in his eyes. When he stared, he couldn't see more than a meter. Not only that, but when he spread out his mental power, it was also blocked by the fog. Normally, his mental power could cover a maximum of several hundred meters. Wherever his mind went, it was as if he could see it with his naked eye, or even more vividly than the naked eye. But at this time, in this thick fog, he could not even reach a distance of 5 meters. Furthermore, he could not see as clearly as before. It was as if he was in the clouds and fog, as if he was looking at a small piece of film with a super thick mosaic. Lord Yuding. I can't see anything. Lower your voice, I know. Chen Guang pricked up his ears and heard the conversation from the distant celestial race. He understood that he couldn't see, and the celestial race wasn't any better. He heaved a sigh of relief, but he became nervous again. If the celestial race was finished, it wouldn't be a good thing for him. Mr. Dang. Are you there? Peasant's voice came from beside him. She must have found her way here based on her memory. Chen Guang nodded. He remembered that she couldn't see his movements, so he replied, Yes, what's the matter? I'd like to ask you a question. Peasant sounded hesitant. Chen Guang said, Just ask. Don't beat around the bush. I won't hide what I can tell you. It's useless to ask me what I don't know. There are only 2 small missions left before the massacre mission ends. I'd like to know if gamers like us can return to the outside world after the missions end. Will we come back in the future? Like you, a veteran gamer. In addition, can the abilities we obtain in the game still be used in the real world? Also, even if he couldn't use it in real life, these abilities should still exist when he returned to the game, right? Just like you, Mr. Adam. Peasant took 2 steps towards Chen Guang. When they could see each other's faces clearly, she asked a bunch of questions. Chen Guang asked her about it. These questions were very important, but he was unable to answer them. He was just pretending to be an old player. What the hell did he know? However, he couldn't ignore Peasant's question. Since he had bragged, he had to answer for it. He was shameless. Based on my experience, you can leave this place unscathed after completing the mission. In the outside world, you can retain your memories, but as for your abilities, it's very complicated. Maybe you can, maybe you can't. Right now, I can't give you an accurate answer because everyone's situation is different. If you come back next time, you should be able to inherit the ability. It seemed like Chen Guang's answers were clear and logical, but he didn't say anything. If Sherlock was wrong and didn't remember what happened, then Peasant wouldn't remember Sherlock's nonsense. If Peasant retained his memories, then he would be right. As for the ability, Sherlock didn't give an accurate answer. Even if it was about inheriting abilities, Sherlock didn't give an accurate answer. Instead, he hid a trap in his words. It was possible that he didn't have the ability. There's nothing I can do about it. This old man always does things in a watertight manner. Is that so? I understand. Thank you, Mr. Adam. Chen Guang laughed and said, don't mention it. Peasant, what's your job in the real world? Peasant turned his head slightly. He didn't know why Sherlock was asking such a question. However, Chen Guang changed his words. He realized that if he asked someone else, what if that person answered and asked him the same question instead? With his identity, he would be recognized immediately. However, he didn't want to lie. Forget it, don't say it. It's not important. Oh. Peasant turned his head and became alert. If Sherlock hadn't changed his tone, he would have blurted it out. He didn't know why he had an unnecessary trust in Sherlock. When he stood beside Sherlock, he would let his guard down. He always felt that this Mister looked very similar to a certain person outside. Unfortunately, everyone had changed their appearances when they came in, and no one knew what the other's real appearance looked like. They were also on guard against each other, so it was not good for them to take the initiative to ask. It was rare for Sherlock to ask. If she told the truth, with Sherlock's personality, he would tell the truth too. She had missed the opportunity. Peasant was worried. She blinked and remembered the camera in her eyelashes. She stuck out her tongue. It was better if they didn't know each other's identities. Would she be harming him? What should I do if I end up becoming enemies with him because of this? Wouldn't she be creating trouble for Sherlock? Sherlock looked powerful. Though Sherlock was also powerful, Sherlock didn't seem to be much weaker. While Peasant was lost in his thoughts, the fog in the sky became thicker. In the blink of an eye, everyone couldn't see anything. Even though they were close by, all they could see was a vast expanse of whiteness. At the same time, the electronic notification sounded in everyone's mind. Mission 8, collect the target objects in the Chaos Labyrinth. Collect 10 target objects to complete the mission. As soon as the voice finished speaking, everyone felt as if the world was spinning around them. Chen Guang was shocked. Did this mean that there was a world within a world in the massacre world? Was he trying to transfer everyone to another labyrinth? After spinning like this for about 3 to 4 minutes, everyone's bodies gradually stabilized. The fog quickly dissipated, and what appeared in front of them was a milky white wall. The wall rose from the ground and reached the sky. Looking up from below, it was at least tens of meters high. Everyone was teleported. Chen Guang was standing in the middle of a long and narrow tunnel. Peasant, who was supposed to be by his side, was nowhere to be found. The passageway was about 8 meters wide. Looking ahead, it took a turn after about 50 meters. Chen Guang stomped his feet, and the stomping sounds traveled far in the spacious tunnel before reverberating back. It felt as though there was no sound at all. He walked to the bottom of the wall and touched it. The wall felt cold, but it was very smooth. It felt like plaster. Chen Guang clenched his fists and channeled his inner strength before punching the wall heavily. After a loud bang, the wall was still as smooth as a mirror, and it didn't suffer any damage. A new illustration card even popped up in Chen Guang's mind. Chaos Labyrinth Wall. Characteristics, indestructible. Fine, you win. You set it to be indestructible. You're good. But do you think that's a problem for me? The walls weren't of much use to Chen Guang, who could fly. He immediately stepped on the walls and climbed up. Only a fool would walk the labyrinth. Labyrinths were the most annoying. Boom! Chen Guang slammed into the invisible wall at the top of the high wall and fell to the ground. It was another new illustration card. Chaos Labyrinth Invisible Smallpox. Characteristics, indestructible. This was clearly targeting him. Chen Guang was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Forget it. Although he hated maze-like games since he was young, he had no choice but to accept his fate since the game had been forcefully set in this way. Calming himself down, Chen Guang raised his leg and walked forward. But before he could take 2 steps, he suddenly heard a cracking sound beneath his feet, as if he had triggered a mechanism. The wall beside him rumbled, and a crack appeared on the wall. Chen Guang was alarmed. He turned and got into a fighting stance. The crack extended to the other side of the labyrinth wall, where a bewildered peasant stood. "Mr. Dang. Why are you here?" Peasant was overjoyed, and he ran through the crack towards Chen Guang. As he ran, he said, "My labyrinth is too much. The front, back, left, and right are all blocked. If the walls didn't crack, I wouldn't know what to do." Chen Guang looked down at his feet. It couldn't be such a coincidence. "I stepped on a mechanism when I lifted my leg, and the mechanism released you. We changed positions, but you're still so close to me. I find it unbelievable." Chen Guang didn't reply to peasant. Instead, he looked warily at her. At that moment, he heard the sound of splashing water behind him. Peasant shouted as he ran, "Be careful, Mr. Dang." When Chen Guang turned around, he saw a humanoid blob of liquid behind him that was changing its shape. About 3 seconds later, an exact replica of himself appeared in front of him. It wasn't his appearance in the outside world. It was his current bald and strong appearance. What kind of trick is this? Chen Guang lifted his hand to look at the illustration card. Monster card, clone, the ultimate skill of a mutated elf. After reading the skill, Chen Guang didn't have time to think. He instinctively jumped to the side. However, an orange-yellow stream of light shot out from the clone's back. It even followed Chen Guang's movements and turned to hit him. Gosh, he knew it would be like this. The directional skill couldn't be dodged. Chen Guang was hit by the orange-yellow ray of light, and his movements became sluggish. He felt his body become lighter, which was probably due to the intangible state. It was the special effect of the Phantom Blade, the must-have equipment for the mutated elf. There had to be a follow-up. While he was thinking, a ball of water shot out from behind the orange-yellow ray. The ball of water hit Chen Guang's head, causing him to see stars and be unable to move. It was a familiar feeling. It was the legendary Phantom Blade's attack. Was he going to lose his HP? No, he wasn't injured. He couldn't move. Chen Guang realized that the mutated elf didn't use the agility form to deal damage. Instead, it used the strength form to stun and control him. Peasant was in danger. He couldn't move his head, but his eyes turned slightly. He saw his bald clone brush past him and pounce on his back. Peasant's exclamation came from behind him. What's going on? Chapter 1188. Peasant was astonished by the 2 identical midday situations. Furthermore, the clone's movements weren't any different from the real Chen Guang. When he charged over, she couldn't evade it at all. Seeing Chen Guang standing stiffly in his spot, Peasant gritted his teeth and thought quickly. He took out the time hourglass and cast time deceleration on the clone. Though the clone had the same physical strength as Chen Guang, she wasn't as resistant to time as Chen Guang. But just as the clone was controlled, the sound of a waterfall came from a place a little further away. Chen Guang saw the true form of the transformed elf. It was a 2-meter tall, crystal-clear body made of flowing water. It had no eyebrows, eyes, and nose. Only its head and arms could be seen. It also had a single leg that resembled a whirlpool. When Chen Guang saw it, it reared back and swung its head, transforming into a whirlpool as it charged forward. Although it took a long time, it only took 2 seconds. After decelerating the clone's movements, Peasant dodged the clone's heavy punch. She could only watch as the transformed elf transformed into a wave that charged at Qinguang and engulfed Qinguang. That wasn't the end, as the wave continued to charge at her. As the wave came closer, Peasant couldn't avoid it. At this critical moment, an earth wall inexplicably appeared in front of her, fiercely blocking the attack of the transformed elf. Qinguang wiped the perspiration off his head and muttered to himself, "Fortunately, mud counters water. Otherwise, I'd be in danger." He was covered in cold sweat. He was caught off guard by the transformed elf's attack. He didn't have time to suspect whether the peasant behind him was real or fake. When he was controlled, he thought she was dead. The maximum control time of the power transformation attack was 4 seconds. 4 seconds was enough for Peasant to die 7 or 8 times. Fortunately, she was the real Peasant. She used time to delay the clone. The time that Qinguang was controlled was not as long as 4 seconds due to the restraining effect of the earth element on the water element. He regained his freedom in about 2.5 seconds. The moment he regained his freedom, it was also the moment when the transformed elf's wave attack came right at him. There was no way to dodge, so he took it head-on. The violent impact of the water scraped his skin, almost scraping his flesh off. But at this time, the superiority of the earth elemental over the water elemental showed itself again. Though he was disfigured, he recovered quickly and didn't suffer any serious injuries. When he regained his senses, he was able to summon a mud wall to protect Peasant. As soon as Qinguang finished speaking, the clone was freed. Peasant's time manipulation had expired. The clone's target was Peasant. Though Peasant managed to escape, he had to face the danger of being surrounded by wolves and tigers. Her time hourglass was on cooldown, so she could only count on Qinguang. Qinguang didn't disappoint her. He turned around and fought with the clone. As for the real body of the transformed elf, it was like the game. It looked powerful, but it was only capable of long-range attacks. His body, which was made of water, punched in the air. Every time he punched, a small ball of water shot towards Peasant like a shot put. However, the ball of water was blocked by the soil that appeared in the path of the ball of water. Qinguang fought with the clone while he had to create soil to protect Peasant. Fortunately, he had rich experience in dealing with himself during the mirror image mission. He seemed to be having a hard time, but he was still able to control the situation. The clone had copied the characteristics of the transformed elf in the game. Its health points were the same as Qinguang's, but its attack power was only half of Qinguang's. The health points didn't refer to the health points above the clone's head. It referred to the resistance of the clone. For example, when a gamer was fighting with another gamer and was hit on the temple, he would receive a critical hit, and his health bar would be emptied. If the gamer was hit in the stomach, he would be able to withstand 5 to 8 punches before collapsing. At this moment, Qinguang was facing the clone in such a manner. However, only Qinguang knew how resilient he was. Fortunately, the clone didn't have the regenerative ability of the Earth Paste Exploder. The power of its punches was reduced by half, so it couldn't cause any substantial damage to Qinguang. As long as the clone prevented the clone from damaging Peasant, it wouldn't be a problem. After about 20 seconds, the transformed elf's skills were on cooldown. Then, it attacked Qinguang with a series of ethereal and transformed elf attacks. This time, Qinguang was prepared. He prepared a perimeter wall for Peasant and instructed him to prepare the time hourglass. After Qinguang was immobilized, the clone threw Qinguang at Peasant and was hit by the time-slowing effect of the time hourglass. The transformed elf used the same method to create waves. However, he crashed into the wall. A magical beast was a magical beast. It didn't have the intelligence of a human. Once the magical beast's weakness and movement pattern were grasped, it was as easy as walking a dog. 2 minutes later, Chen Guang finally shattered his mirror image with a punch. But before he could feel proud of himself, another silhouette formed from water appeared beside him. The unlucky transformed elf summoned another mirror image clone. "Mister, I can't go on like this. My reward points are running out." Chen Guang could afford it, but every time he was immobilized, Peasant had to expend his reward points to activate the time hourglass. She already owed a huge amount of debt, and she still didn't know how to repay it. She had saved up a little with great difficulty, but now she had almost used up all of it. She thought she could see the light after a while. She didn't expect another mirror image clone to appear. She couldn't take it anymore. "Let me think of another way." Chen Guang wiped the perspiration off his forehead. He didn't expect the first creature in the labyrinth of chaos to be so difficult to deal with. He continued to stall the clone as he racked his brains. Previously, he had tried to use the innate ability of the Marmalade Exploder to see if he could directly absorb the water elemental energy in the clone, but he failed. The clone was a mirror image ability, so the elemental energy was unstable. He had to rely on the transformed elf's ability to twist the elemental energy together. When he tried to absorb it, the elemental energy would collapse and retreat. The elemental energy moved from one side of the clone to the other, but he couldn't absorb it. He could only pin his hopes on the reward point shop. Forget it, he didn't have any reward points. He couldn't even afford a box of matches. Chen Guang looked at Peasant. How could he forget about her? "Peasant, search in your merchant shop for items that can reduce mana. These are elemental creatures. Like the Hades, the mana reduction effect has a mystical bonus." 10 seconds later, Peasant was overjoyed. "There's a Zwaman Berserker glove that costs 2,000 reward points. The description says Magic Breaker. Buy it and let me try it on." 5 seconds later, Chen Guang took the wooden and metal glove that Peasant threw at him. It looked like two human heads. He wore it and read the description. He was amused. "An exquisite piece of equipment from the Grand Devil Temple, Zwaman. Only berserkers who hate mana can wear it. It was imbued with Magic Breaker ability by the Grand Devil Shaman. It is the natural enemy of all magicians." Was this item exquisite? I could get a 3-year-old kid to do it by hand and make it look better than this. Forget it, let's test the effects first. Chen Guang retracted his disdain and threw a punch at the clone before him. Unlike before, the moment his fist came into contact with the clone, a dazzling light blue light burst out from the point of contact between the two. Chen Guang retracted his fist and saw a fist-sized mark on the chest of the replica. Though the mark was dissipating rapidly, the breath of the replica was much weaker. It was effective. But it wasn't enough. Dealing with the replica wasn't enough to injure the body of the elf. Since the elf had the Phantom Blade, who knew if it had any mana regeneration equipment? Are there any long-range mana reduction items? Peasant searched again. There are, but the effects are poor. What's that? Trainee Darts Athlete Wilkins Magical Practice Darts. What a long name. What special effects does it have? Only one. It can be automatically retrieved after being shot. Isn't that good? As it's a practice darts, there's no needle. The dart head is a magnet. Don't worry, give it to me. It doesn't matter if there's a needle or not. Chen Guang said loudly. His hands were itching. He hadn't used his darts for a long time. His skills hadn't deteriorated, right? 3 seconds later, Chen Guang flicked his left hand and threw the dart. The headless dart drew an arc in the air and headed for the head of the elf, who was a few meters away. It coincidentally interrupted the elf's wave-like form. The elf raised its hand and was about to charge forward in the wave-like form. After the dart hit its head, its head tilted backward. It didn't move, and it froze momentarily. The elf wasn't able to charge forward, so Chen Guang swung his boxing glove to restrain the mirror image. Peasant didn't need to awaken his ability to overcome the difficulty. After a few seconds, the shape-shifting elf executed his combo attack and successfully immobilized Chen Guang. The clone abandoned Chen Guang and chased after Peasant. This couldn't go on. When the morphing sprite skill came off cooldown, Chen Guang suddenly had the idea of shooting the dart at the lump of morphing sprite, and it actually worked. He was only affected by the speed reduction and ethereal effects of the phantom blade, but he wasn't stunned. As long as he wasn't stunned, the clone wouldn't be able to shake him off, and Peasant wouldn't have to expend his points. After a full 10 minutes, finally, accompanied by a clattering sound, the clone and the original spirit body collapsed together. The first magical beast that charged out of the labyrinth of chaos was dead. Both of them looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't expect the mission system to announce the rewards. The reward for a magical beast was as high as 50,000 points. Chen Guang had the majority, but Peasant had at least 40%. The reason was that Chen Guang used two types of firepower provided by Peasant. When distributing the reward points, it was calculated as her contribution points. If it were anyone else, they would be unhappy. However, Chen Guang didn't have such thoughts. He didn't know where his reward points would go. If Peasant held on to the reward points, she would be able to purchase items from the merchant shop. With their cooperation, Sherlock didn't have to worry about Peasant rejecting his request. Her reward points were earned by Sherlock, so it wasn't a problem for Peasant to purchase items for him. Good, let's go. Who knows what the 10 targets are? Chen Guang waved his hand and gestured for Peasant to follow him. Chen Guang wasn't bothered by it. Although it was strange for her to come to his side right from the start, he wasn't bothered by it. She wasn't a threat to his safety. Wait, Mr. Dang, I discovered something. Peasant started rummaging on the ground. Chen Guang urged him, stop rummaging, the ground is bare. Can't you see it clearly? No, Mr. Dang, what do you think this is? Could it be the target that the mission requires us to collect? Peasant rubbed his fingers as he stood in front of Chen Guang. Chen Guang squinted his eyes and stared intently at the space between Peasant's fingers. After a long while, he asked, Are you fooling me? He felt that he wasn't blind. Peasant didn't have anything in his hands. Peasant looked at him blankly, as though she didn't understand what he meant. After a while, she came to her senses nervously. Mr. Dang, you can't see what I'm holding. Chen Guang was angry. What are you talking about? Peasant raised his right hand as though he was holding something and extended it towards Chen Guang. A transparent miniature dart. It's a dart, but it's different from the practice dart that I bought. Chen Guang narrowed his eyes. He waved his hand in front of Peasant's fingers, but he couldn't see or touch anything. He didn't believe it and inserted his finger between Peasant's fingers, but it passed through without touching anything. Peasant bent down to pick up the dart in a panic. It was as though he had dropped something. Chen Guang felt his hair stand on end. Did he see a ghost? He was bewildered. What's going on? He didn't understand why there was something that he couldn't see or touch, but others could. I received a notification. This is one of the items we need to collect. It's a strange name, Dart Idol. Wait, Dart Idol. What do you think it looks like? Chen Guang asked hurriedly. Peasant observed it for a while and said, It's a dart that we often see on television. It's made of crystal, and it's translucent like a work of art. I see. Chen Guang understood. This dart was a one-on-one drop, and no one could snatch it. I killed the monster, so why did Peasant drop it? That wasn't fair. Is this a directional drop? Why did it drop mine? Peasant understood as well. That should be the case. Forget it, let's go. It's probably random. Chen Guang looked carefree as he waved his hand nonchalantly and walked forward. The labyrinth of chaos was within the boundaries of the Roman Colosseum. They walked forward and turned a corner. They could vaguely hear the cheers of the spectators. After a while, Peasant triggered the mechanism. A 3-meter-tall Tin Woodman appeared in front of them. To be precise, it wasn't a Tin Woodman. It was an empty armor shell. Though there was no one inside, the armor was strong. It had great strength and defense, and it was fast. Chen Guang had a tough battle with the Tin Woodman. The only benefit was that he only obtained the Tin Woodman, so he didn't have to protect Peasant. I'm really seeing a ghost. Why did you drop your item while you were a bystander? Chen Guang was infuriated when he heard Peasant say that she had stumbled upon an alto mini sculpture. He finally understood that the so-called 10 main targets were actually miniature versions of his 10 statues. However, he couldn't understand it no matter what. He was the one who killed the monsters, and the statue was his to begin with, so why didn't it drop for him? Stand further away next time. Oh, okay. The third time, when Chen Guang spent a lot of effort to shatter a floating knife, Peasant ran over from 50 meters away and picked up a pencil crystal sculpture that she was talking about. Chen Guang broke down. Forget it, he didn't know how strong the magical beasts in the Chaos Labyrinth were. Since he encountered Peasant, he couldn't possibly chase her away. Perhaps the setting of this unlucky Chaos Labyrinth was that if two people formed a team, whoever obtained the first object would have to collect all the objects first before the other team could start collecting. That must be the case. Don't panic, I still have hope. Chen Guang consoled himself. On the other side, the gamers who were scattered throughout the Chaos Labyrinth were in different situations. Some people accidentally stepped on an ant on the ground while walking, and with a "bayut" sound, a miniature sculpture would jump out and land under their feet, causing the soles of their feet to hurt. A gamer fought a magical beast for 800 rounds before defeating it with a single blow. There were also gamers who encountered powerful magical beasts. They couldn't defeat the magical beasts, so they had to escape. They were chased to the ends of the earth. In the process of fighting and escaping, some gamers unleashed their potential and came up with various tricks to kill the magical beasts. There were also gamers who were careless and perished on the spot. Besides the magical beasts, there were various hidden weapons in the Chaos Labyrinth that could deal a fatal blow to the gamers. Compared to the mortals and Protoss who had died in battle, Chen Guang, who had killed 3 monsters in a row without any results, didn't seem that unlucky. Peasant, who had been following Chen Guang with a heavy heart, was hesitating. She guessed why she was by Tang Wu's side. The mastermind who gave her the side mission must be behind it. His motive was for her to secretly take pictures of him. She wasn't against it. She hadn't returned the reward points she owed, but she knew that even if she returned them, the matter wouldn't be resolved. She felt that she was too much. She didn't just lie down and receive the reward points, but she also obtained all the items. If she was Tang Wu, she would have gone berserk. Tang Wu. I'm not angry at all. I'm calm, very calm. Chapter 1189. After dealing with 8 heavy armor, Tyrannosaurus Rex, Inferno Hound, Vicious Vines, and other strange magical beasts, all 8 of which were peasant statues, Chen Guang finally broke down. He thought that since he was the savior and had 10 statues, he didn't have to collect them. Suddenly, the same notification sounded in the minds of all the gamers. Congratulations to Yuting for collecting 10 target items. You will receive generous rewards and be sent out of the labyrinth of chaos. This was only the first sentence, so it wasn't a huge blow. Yu Ting wasn't weak. If he was lucky, it wouldn't be surprising if he collected 10 targets before Chen Guang. But then, the electronic voice added a few more sentences, which was a little sad. Currently, reporting the deaths of the gamers. Gao Liang, Hu Huan, Akasa's tribe god, Lake Binar demon, and other gamers have been killed in battle and have been reset. The gamers were dumbfounded. They hadn't heard any death notifications in the labyrinth of chaos. They thought it was a happy ending, but they didn't expect the labyrinth to delay the notifications and report them in a centralized manner. Immediately, the survivors felt extremely sad, but they also felt their hairs stand on end. There were mortals and celestials among the dead gamers. This meant that in the labyrinth of chaos, everyone had the possibility of dying. But this wasn't the biggest blow to Chen Guang. Then, the electronic notification started to count the mission completion of the other gamers. After Yu Ting, who had collected 10 targets, was Peasant, who had collected 8 targets. Then, it was Withany and the others who had collected 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Finally, the damned labyrinth singled out Chen Guang. Special note, up until now, only the veteran player Noon has yet to collect a single target. If he isn't able to collect the target before the deadline, he will be killed and reset. Chen Guang stared with his eyes wide open. He thought he had heard wrongly. What a joke. The old man was the owner of the heavenly Holy Grail. What right did he have to reset him? In the words of an official, who gave you the right? However, his arrogance did not last long, as he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. According to the nature of the heavenly Holy Grail, perhaps this was the original setting of the realm within the cup. So, there was really a possibility that he would die. Mr. Dang. Why don't I go? Let's split up. Peasant said nervously. She felt that she was a hindrance to Mr. Dunn. If he was alone, he wouldn't need to protect himself, and the efficiency of dealing with the phantom beasts would be much higher. He would also be able to obtain the target. She was too much of a hindrance. When she suggested splitting up, an alarm went off in Peasant's mind, reminding her that she had to complete her side mission. But even so, she really did not have the face to stay with Dang Niu any longer. Chen Guang rejected her request. There were 2 reasons. Compared to other awakened abilities, though Peasant's time control was incredible, it was too weak for direct combat. First, she had to consume reward points to use the hourglass. Though she had obtained tens of thousands of reward points, it was not enough for her expenses. Even if she could use her ability to slow down the phantom beast's time, if she couldn't break the defense of the phantom beasts, what was the use? The strength of the phantom beasts that she encountered was not something she could defend against. Chen Guang wasn't sure why the others were able to obtain the crystal sculpture of his statues so easily, and he wasn't willing to think about it. He knew that he might have been tricked. He was dealing with powerful phantom beasts, while the others were dealing with weak ones. With the characteristics that the slaughter world had displayed so far, this was completely possible. Chen Guang couldn't let Peasant leave just like that. The mythical beasts that he had encountered were difficult to deal with. Chen Guang didn't want to gamble on whether Peasant would encounter an easier mythical beast after leaving him. More than 5 gamers had perished in the labyrinth of chaos. It's not necessary. Continue to follow me. I don't believe that you won't be able to kill me after you collect the required items. Chen Guang gritted his teeth and said. His stubbornness was at its peak. He decided to fight the labyrinth of chaos. Okay, sorry to trouble you. Peasant was in a dilemma. When she was traveling with Chen Guang, the phantom beasts that they encountered were too difficult to deal with. If she was alone, she would have died at the hands of the first mutated elf. When she had the thought of leaving Dang Niu, the alarm in her head was deafening. It made her hallucinate. Though she didn't receive a clear hint, she felt that even if she collected all 10 required items, she would be killed if she refused to carry out the side mission. It seemed like a simple suggestion, but deep in her heart, she was determined to die. Chen Guang rejected her request, allowing her heart to calm down. However, at the same time, she felt ashamed. Although Chen Guang was a smart person, he could tell that Su Tao was conflicted in her heart. However, he never expected that there would be a deeper meaning hidden in her eyes. Thus, he consoled, "You don't have to be too bothered about it. Although those illusory beasts are powerful, they're still not my opponent. It's just a matter of time. It's a good thing that you can complete the mission and leave this labyrinth as soon as possible." "Okay, it's like this." "Thank you, Dang Niu," peasant replied with a heavy heart. She wasn't sure. She felt that even if she collected all the required items, she wouldn't be able to leave. The two of them walked for a while. In this chaos labyrinth, no matter how far they walked, they could only see endless turns and turns. Not only that, but what he saw would always be the same tall white wall. The color would never change, making it seem lonely and boring. Unless he could encounter a magical beast, but that would be a different feeling. It would be better to be boring. They didn't know what was going on, but they didn't find anything after walking for a long time. Instead, there was a new electronic notification that more and more gamers had completed their mission. If not, peasant had a new excuse to split up. Chen Guang gestured for her to keep quiet. Chen Guang looked ahead warily. "What's wrong?" Peasant noticed Chen Guang's solemn expression and became nervous. Chen Guang narrowed his eyes and said, "It's a long story. Stand here and don't move. Be careful." As he spoke, he tried to walk forward. His steps were light and slow. Indeed, Chen Guang didn't see anything, but his senses were sharp. Just a moment ago, he suddenly felt an obscure energy fluctuation coming from the front. The feeling was fleeting. If it were someone else, they would have ignored it or thought it was a nervous reaction. However, Chen Guang was very alert. He wasn't nervous at all, so he was sure that there was something in front of him. As expected, as he got closer, the feeling of emptiness in front of him grew stronger. However, he increasingly felt that there was something hidden in front of him. He was highly focused. As he touched, he suddenly jumped back. In the next moment, two figures appeared out of thin air. At the same time, a water-like trace streaked past his nose. When Chen Guang came to a stop, he finally got a clear look at the two humanoid figures. Two figures, one black and one white, floated in the air. Their long robes hung down from their shoulders, but they didn't touch the ground. The two figures didn't have legs, and there was nothing under their robes. Apart from that, they were also wearing two pointy hats, but there was no face under the hats. Instead, there were two human heads protruding from the collars of their robes, and there was nothing inside the black hole. It was amazing that they were black and white impermanents. But which black and white impermanence would carry a sickle? What had just slashed across the tip of his nose were the two black and white sides that were gradually taking shape. Their combination of Chinese and Western was tarnishing Huaxia's traditional culture. Wait, most of the settings of the world in a cup were based on my own thoughts. Is that how I view the black and white impermanence? It's scary to be uncultured. I have to spend more time reading and consolidate the traditional culture in my mind. Fortunately, nobody knows that it came from my mind. Otherwise, it'll be embarrassing. Why are the black and white impermanents carrying sickles? Isn't that the equipment of the Grim Reaper in Western mythology? Shouldn't the black and white impermanents carry a soul-attracting banner? Fortunately, Peasant was knowledgeable, and he saw through the uneasiness of the situation. Chen Guang said righteously, the massacre mission settings are sometimes stupid. Don't mind the details. As he turned to speak to Peasant, the black and white impermanents waved their death sickles. Though the magical beasts weren't as intelligent as humans, their combat skills were innate. When they saw Chen Guang distracted, they attacked immediately. Facing the two large sickles, Chen Guang twisted his body at a strange angle and dodged between the two sickles. He instinctively used the unique skill he learned in the realm of true martial. It was called Breeze Brushing Willow. It was suitable for dodging large sharp weapons in a chaotic battle. When he used Breeze Brushing Willow, his body would become as light as a willow catkin. He would float with the slightest breeze, and the sickles wouldn't be able to hit him. The black and white impermanents weren't weak. After their first strike failed, they waved their sickles again. There wasn't even a slight breeze, and the sickles became faster. Chen Guang had to dodge, but his posture wasn't as elegant. At the same time, he observed the intricacies of the black and white impermanence's moves. When the black and white impermanents waved their sickles for the third time, their sickles trembled violently. An unknown force drew out a black hole in front of the sickles, and they didn't cause any disturbances in the airflow. The speed of their evolution was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. Chen Guang gritted his teeth and retaliated. He punched the black and white impermanents twice. After sending the black and white impermanents flying, the black and white impermanents charged back. Chen Guang punched again, but before his fist could touch the black and white impermanents, a ripple-like hole appeared on the black and white impermanents' bodies. Chen Guang's fist hit empty air, and he had to raise his hands to withstand the two death sides. The black and white impermanents are evolving. Peasant shouted in surprise from afar. Chen Guang was speechless as he said, "You don't have to tell me that. I'm not blind." He was puzzled. Compared to the magical beasts, the black and white impermanents were much stronger, and each of their moves was evolving. After fighting for a while, he was furious that the magical beasts kept finding trouble with the easily bullied peasant. The black and white impermanents were stubborn and only focused on him. After fighting for more than an hour, Chen Guang wasn't able to kill the black and white impermanents. Instead, the black and white impermanents became stronger. During this period of time, the other players either died in battle or completed the collection, but no one told them how long the deadline for the quest was. The gamers thought that the lack of notification meant that the mission wasn't coming, but Chen Guang understood the characteristics of the world in a cup. The lack of notification meant that the mission could come at any time. Forget it, let's not waste time with these two creatures. Let's go. The black and white impermanents were too tanky, so Chen Guang decided to give up on the black and white impermanents and search for new magical beasts. He had just finished speaking when there was a rumbling sound coming from the front and back. The two of them were dumbfounded. Two walls were erected in the front and back of the labyrinth, trapping the two of them and the black and white impermanents. It was called closing the door and beating the dog. Chen Guang gave a thumbs up. I'm in awe. I can't escape even if I want to. As he was ridiculing the black and white impermanents, a notification appeared in their minds. The two of them were entangled with the black and white impermanents for too long. Even the fat household appliance had collected all 10 targets. At this moment, Chen Guang started to panic. Peasant felt that the situation wasn't good. She gritted her teeth and suggested an idea. Mr. Dang, can you release your resistance and let me use time deceleration to trap you, me, and the two black and white impermanents? I'll see if I can stall for time. If you can't collect all the targets by the time you die, we'll be doomed. Chen Guang thought that was a good idea, but he asked, do you have enough reward points? Peasant was about to say that she could only stall for time when she heard the sound of the reward points shop ringing. She looked at the reward point system and almost vomited blood. What was going on? When did I buy the reward points lottery ticket? And I bought 2 consecutive tickets? And they were both top prizes. Did I win the 5 million grand prize? 2 tickets. Why wasn't it a whole number? Why was there an odd number? Also, what was the meaning of "can only be used for the operation of the hourglass" in the brackets? I won the lottery, and you're asking me if I'm buying a house or a car. She didn't know how to express her feelings and didn't know how to rebuke Dang. She didn't dare to think that the nearly 10 million reward points could be used to upgrade her awakened abilities. Mr. Dang, I have enough reward points, quite enough. I can't explain it in a few words, but it's definitely enough. Peasant understood that she didn't buy the lottery ticket. It must be the mastermind behind the scenes. The mastermind wanted her to record the entire battle between Mr. Dang and the black and white impermanents. The longer the better. This was such a strong desire to peep. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.